the April 8th, 2022 Central Board of Architectural Review hearing to order. Oh, now it won't load my agenda either. Wow.
Goodness.
Okay. Let's try this one. There we go. All right. Jonathan, can you give me the share?
Yes. There you go, Bethany.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, let's do. Let's do that. All right. Sorry, I had to close some windows here. Can you guys all see my screen? Look like it.
That is sharing your screen, that you're able to share your screen.
Yeah, there it is.
We see the title, but not, there we go.
There we go.
Bethany,
Yeah.
can you make it a little larger?
It's about as large as it gets.
Oh, okay.
Hold on a second.
I think if you press Control and scroll upwards on your mouse, it might zoom in a little bit for you.
Yeah, I thought I'd shared this one here. Oh, that was out. How's that?
Oh, that's better.
Okay. Okay. So we've got it to order. We have myself, Bethany Clough, Puck, Robin, Cass, and Alan today.
Yeah, I believe the only one that's not present currently is Lowell.
Yes, and I don't believe he will be.
Okay.
So, okay. Let's scroll down here. Do we have any members of the public who wish to address the board regarding an item that is not on today's agenda? I don't see any hands. Jonathan, do you have anybody?
No hands.
Okay. The agenda status report.
Agenda status report, item number 5 would ask to be dropped from the agenda.
This one, item number 5.
Yes,
Okay.
my single family dwelling, and that's the only thing for.
I would make a motion to approve the agenda status report.
Second.
That was Alan for the second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, the minutes of February 11th and March 11th. Let's start with February.
And sorry, if you could give me a second, I had the other ones pulled up, but I didn't.
Oh, you want me to do March first?
Yeah, actually, that'll give me more time to.
Okay, so I need to share a different screen. Just a second, because those are the ones that didn't want to come up. That's Word.
It also won't take me that long to get the others.
Well, I got to do it at some point anyway, so here we go.
Okay.
All right. So this is the March 11th. Now, we were proposing to table these, basically review and make sure that we address the comments so that they're updated for both of these sets of minutes for items that are on today's agenda. but then come back at the end of the hearing and deal with ones that aren't. So is everybody ready to do that?
Looking for
And,
Yes.
Yes, okay.
and
Nicole, are you-
Bethany, I'm ready for either set now. And then,
well, we're looking at March, so let's
okay,
look at
great.
March.
Okay, sounds good. And then I think for February, I think you guys had made the edits, but just Jonathan was going to add the actions.
Right,
If
which I
recall.
believe he did.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I'm ready to go.
Okay. So the member recusals, that's fine. Anybody have any comments? On item, let's see, item number one's not on today's. Let me just go back and take a look, make sure I check.
That was the Chumash monument signs,
Yeah,
we're
they
on-
are, I think.
April 8th, right? No, we're on, oh, you're doing March. Okay, wait a
Doing
second.
March. Adamson Ranch. Hoffman's not.
I don't see,
This is the only one here. Number 5, the last item. Do we have any comments on these?
No.
I think we could have perhaps enhance that the entrance to the building.
Okay.
Alan, did you have anything else to add? I think you and I and Lowell and Robin were the only ones who saw this project.
I've got nothing to add. Thank you, Bethany.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna change my share again. We're gonna go back to that one. Okay, let's see. Let me see who's on here. I think the monument signs were, but I think we, as Nicole alluded to, I think these have been updated already, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can we just moving forward, Jonathan, I don't know what you're going to be doing, but one of the things that's interesting here is I was noticing it should say we should be consistent with surnames. So in member recusals, it should say Clough.
Oh, yes.
And then Clough moves seconded by Lonis. That's perfect. But when you get down here, Clough moved seconded by Corlin, carried by a vote. So if
Okay.
we could just do that. So it would be Lonis motion seconded by Clough. So we can remove the honorifics and just use the surnames and just be consistent throughout. That would be lovely.
Absolutely.
So, okay, so let's come back to the our agenda today. I'd like to make a motion to table the minutes to the end of the hearing. Can I have a second?
Second,
Thank you, Alan. Any further discussion? All in favor?
aye.
Aye. Okay. SBAR informational briefings. Does anybody have anything? Okay, I'm going to assume nobody has their mics all screwed up. Member recusals. Anybody have anything they need to recuse themselves from today?
yes, this is Cass. I will be recusing myself from item number 7.
Okay. Anybody else?
I have to recuse myself from item number 7 as well.
Okay. Anybody else? Is that it? All right. Staff update, Nicole? I can't hear you, Nicole.
Sorry, I was talking away there. Okay, I have just a couple of small items. One thing you might be interested in is that the department has hired a new assistant director for administration division. So probably not someone you'll deal with regularly, but we now have an assistant director in our administration division. That's Elise Dale, and she worked at the county many years ago and has returned in that role. So the admin division does oversee hearing support. So you may have some contact with her. So that's one update. And then as far as items that are coming up or that recently went to hearing, the El Capitan State Park site improvements went to the county PC this week. And that was continued to their next hearing, I believe. And let's see, coming up, there's an appeal. Yeah, it's just a home stay. It's not something you'd be interested in. So I'm just looking up to see. There is a 5-year comprehensive capital improvement program coming up, and which I know you guys are interested in before, on April 27th at the
And
County
which-
Planning
which-
Commission.
That's Planning Commission. Okay.
Yeah, at the County Planning Commission. So those are a couple items coming up that you might be interested in. And that's it for my update.
Nicole,
Yes.
how is the farm stay ordinance? Where is that in the process?
I'm not sure. I can email, since I don't work in the long range planning division, I don't have a good idea of the status of some of those items, but I can email and ask them for an update, to give me an update and report
Okay.
back to you. Just remind me next time. I'll email them right now though.
I think some of this development might, I think we'd be interested in is the way it impacts open space and sort of the regional landscape.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Reconsider the circumstances of the COVID-19 state of emergency. Consider whether state or local officials continue to impose or recommend measures to promote social distancing. And then we would find that the SBAR has reconsidered the circumstances of the state of emergency and that state or local officials continue to impose or recommend measures to promote social distancing, and then direct staff to continue to notice and hold remote hearings consistent with government code 54953E3. Do we have anyone who wishes to make a motion or anybody who would like to discuss this on the board? I take it then that everybody is happy to continue meeting via Zoom.
Yes.
Yes.
Just so
Very
you
good.
know, SBAR has gone back to in-person, or is
You have to say happy.
Jonathan, could you maybe tell us how that's going with SBAR?
Yeah, SBAR had a full agenda. I believe it was about 9 or 10 items, and they were done within about 2.5 hours. Everything went smoothly. I believe they had a couple of public commenters, and yeah, the technology we have enabled us to do that.
And what Mr. Villalobos has been working with is he, I believe, has secured us a location here in the Valley.
Yes, San Ynez Community Services Building,
Yes, in San Ynez.
and he has that booked out through the rest of the year for all of our SBAR meetings. He just tells them when we're not, he'll just inform them when we're going to be going back to hybrid meetings. So we will let them know when we will be using the building, but we are, as of right now, scheduled throughout the year for all SBAR meetings.
Okay, so I know that David had wanted to make sure that the technology was up and running with SBAR. in Santa Barbara and that everything was working. And then he would like to do a practice session with as many of us as we can convene. We'll need somebody to come in via Zoom. But we'll also need 1 or 2 people there in person to kind of familiarize yourself. And Puck, that mainly means you and me, a kind of as a minimum, so
Okay.
that we can work the equipment, because we will be, whoever's chairing the hearing will be working with Jonathan to make sure that everything is up on what will be the screen. People will continue to submit digitally. There won't be paper copy. And everything will be digital. So we're going to continue to track it that way. And that will also keep us well within the law as far as what's been submitted, because it's easy to track. And it also means that when we see it on the screen, what happens is that anybody who's attending via YouTube or Zoom would also see it on the screen. Same thing we're seeing. There'll be cameras, at least one camera on us, so that they can see our deliberations. And then there'll be a process for public comment, both virtually and in person. So-
Bethany?
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify because during the summer, I am out of town a lot. This new hybrid does not allow SBAR members, if we start meeting in person, even though we have Zoom access, I would not be allowed to use that access to participate in the meeting. Is that correct?
That's not correct. The actual way that works is that because you're a member of the board, any member of the board, you have to be willing and able to publish your location where you are attending from remotely.
Sure.
And you must be able to accommodate, not that it would happen, but you must be able to accommodate a member of the public who shows up at your location.
Anyone is welcome to come to the Adirondacks if they want.
Well, I think that this is a discussion that you should have with David.
Sure. Okay.
But and that's something to bring up too when we do the practice run. And you and I can get together with David and then talk to the rest of the BAR about a time when they would be willing and able to attend. I suspect most of us are going to want to see the facility. My suggestion is, and I would like to make a motion that we reconsider the circumstances of COVID-19 state of emergency and direct staff to continue to notice and hold remote hearings.
Second.
That was a second from Alan for May, but I suggest that we go ahead and talk to David, Puck, and I and Jonathan, and we get ourselves up here in the valley and at least do a practice.
Sure.
So that we can run through it, and then perhaps in June it may be that we may find ourselves going back to in person, so that we're prepared when it does happen, because it will eventually not be an option any longer, and it's best if we are ready.
A question, Madam Chair,
Yes, Cass.
is SBAR, are they doing a hybrid, or is it required only in person is the only
No,
option?
it'll be a hybrid. Moving forward, all of them will be hybrids.
So
for the
this last meeting that's SBAR had was a hybrid.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I mean, just to comment, it seems to me that there's great benefit to having the hybrid for people. You know, it just gives them that option to be able to participate, and especially the public to be able.
I agree. I think it's a wonderful step
Yeah.
in the right direction.
Enables them not to have to sit around for hours until it's their time to speak. So,
Well, and they don't have to rush away from work, or in the case of somebody who might be, 30, 40 minutes away, you're not having to drive into town only to find that your item was continued or.
yeah. Anyway, so I favor that, but it's up to those in charge?
No, that is the way it's going to happen.
Okay.
It's already been decided.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
Nope, that's exactly what's going to happen. Okay, there was a motion and a second. Can I have a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I didn't hear Alan in there.
I doubled with you. Aye.
Ah, okay. So that's everybody in favor. All right, consent agenda. The item 21 bar 38 Shumash Monuments sign. I think we have somebody here. I'm going to stop my share. Jonathan, if you could get them set up. Mr. Cohen, are you here?
I'm sorry, Bethany, I don't see any, Madam Chair, I don't see anybody here for the consent item.
Okay, is anybody here for the consent item?
That is me. Jason Rojas from the Shumash Casino is here.
There we go. Hi, Jason.
Good morning. How are you doing?
We're doing well. Are you able to use your screen to run through very quickly while I read the comments from last
thing.
time? Let me just find them. Come on.
Mr. Jason Rojas, you are now able to share your screen.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Let me just get the right one. Okay, the comments were proposed uplighting is not permissible within this community plan area. Consider native species rather than the proposed non-native species. Internally illuminated sign is sufficient based upon the overall design. Return for final on consent with the following revised landscape plan that incorporates native landscaping instead of currently proposed non-native species. Eliminates uplighting, includes the physical color materials board and photo of the color board with textured materials shown, includes photo simulations that were not submitted in time for the prior hearing, and if directional information is intended to be placed on the signs 1 and 2, that information should be included in the plans. Okay.
Yes. I'm not seeing my screen being shared. Is that the case for everybody else?
Yep, we're viewing it.
Oh, you are? Oh, I'm not seeing it on my end. Okay. Okay.
And these need to be the drawings that were submitted.
Correct. They are. But again, I'm just not seeing it. Okay. Well, I pulled it up on my screen, so I'm just going to run through it on my
Absolutely.
end. So just running through the comments, submit a revised landscape plan that incorporates native landscaping instead of current proposed native species. I do have our landscape architect on the call that could run through. There was some discussion and a proposal that was submitted to the board with our responses that has a list of the originally proposed species of plant and then the replacement, the substitution for that. There was a list provided, and I'm not sure if the members of the board were able to see that.
Well, we have it. It's I'm looking at it.
Okay. So that is our proposed plan to revise the landscape, which our landscape designer is on the call if there are any specific questions for that.
Okay. Do you want to show us what you've done on the plans? And I think you had some directional signage and there were some mock-ups that you want to just go through your plan set for us, please, while you've got it on the screen.
Okay. Well, like I said, I can't see.
It's the screen you're looking at. We're watching your hand in the middle of the. Yep. Right there. Yep.
Okay.
We're seeing it all.
Great. So let's see, for the materials, I provided a material board, and it did have the sample of the speckle finish on there for both of those colors. I also provided a sample of the stone. I also provided samples of the lens for the push-through lettering as well. Item number 2, it says eliminate uplighting. So we remove that from all of our plans, or the letters submitted by our landscape designer stated that all of the uplighting will be removed from the construction drawing plans once approval has been given. Running back, so their number 4 is include photo simulations that were not submitted in time for the hearing. Those were included in that package, and they start on page 20 of the attached PDF. Are you able to see that on your screen?
We are.
Okay, great. So what we did is our sign designer went through the valley and just took some samples of existing signage, monument signage throughout the valley, just to give an example of what is currently there. So they had some comments. They had various different selections of different signage that had all different types of lettering, all different types of finishes. And that was there just as a reference of what is currently there here in the valley now. And as we wrap up towards the end of it, we have some examples of the push-through lettering, which is shown on the slide on the screen, which is what we're proposing for our sign. And then there's a few renderings of what this sign would look like in a nighttime setting. There's a couple of renderings just to give an idea of what that sign would look like. And then moving into the last comment, number 5, directional information is intended to be placed on signs 1 and 2. That information should be included on the plans. Monument signs 1 and 2 are correct as shown. There is no directional signage that will be placed on signs 1 and 2. So what you're seeing on the design is correct.
And this is for number 3?
The one shown on the screen is for sign number 3, correct. But for signs 1 and 2, there is no directional signage.
Why don't you scroll down to number 29? 2 sheets more.
Okay.
That's what you were talking, that one there.
Correct, yes. These are just pictures of the material boards that were submitted in for your review. So there's the paint, which has both the black fox and more of our logo color. And then it goes into the type of stone that we're proposing, which matches what we currently have here on site. And then these are the lens colors that we're proposing for the push-through lettering.
Okay.
And those are shown on the plans too, called out on the plans.
Right, we looked at that earlier.
Okay.
Why don't you go ahead and can you show us that letter? You have a copy of that letter?
For the architect?
Yeah.
I believe that was on our cover submission. I don't think that was included in this.
It's not in the plan
PDF
set. No, it's a separate PDF. Do you have a copy?
Yes, I do.
Why don't you go ahead and bring that up?
Okay.
Mine is called CC. Yeah, that's it.
So this is the letter that was provided from Plan Air Design. It just kind of outlines the comments as stated earlier, the proposed uplighting. That's not a part of the community plan. It just references that all reference to landscape uplighting will be removed. And then number 2 is considered native species rather than proposed native species. There's pages 1 and 2. It shows what is our proposed plan to change out the plants as identified to more of a native species. So page 1, there's a table down here, and then it continues down on page 2.
Right. But I think the first one is those are ones for which there are no real commercial.
There's no substitute.
Right.
No substitute, correct.
Right. Okay. Okay. BAR, any questions? I think if I remember correctly, he's hit all of the comments.
Bethany, are you asking for comments?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to state for the record that I appreciate them reviewing their plant palette, and I am fine with the plant palette that has been shown. Including the non-natives, that there are
Yep.
no substitutes.
Okay. Any other comments? I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion for approval, for final approval.
I'll second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
I,
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, I think that was all of us. So standard agenda, the site visit, that was item 121 bar 263 McDonald single family dwelling. For the record, both Puck and I attended the site visit. Does anybody else, did anybody else make a visit independently of this morning?
I am sorry that I was not able to get there.
Okay. So I'll move to item 121 bar 263 McDonald single family dwelling on the standard agenda. Mr. McDonald, I assume you're present.
I am here, if you can hear me.
Perfect. Yes, I can.
Great.
Would you please go ahead and share your screen? I'm sure Jonathan will get you set up here.
Yes. I can.
Mr. McDonald, you are all set.
Okay.
And as stated before, if you're having difficulties, let me know.
Yeah, right. I hope this will work.
There we go.
Can everyone see this?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so, some of this presentation you've seen before. I think what I tried to address some of the comments from the conversation last time. Yes.
Would you like us to have to read the comments from last time?
I have a sheet here that summarizes. So this is all what you saw before. Maybe we could use this as a guide from what was talked about in February.
Well,
so starting
for the record, whoops,
Sure.
that's me. Sorry. We'll go ahead and Nicole, do you have it up on your screen by chance?
Yes, 1 second. Okay. So this is a McDonald single family dwelling. So the prior comments are very good and thorough presentation. The project is urban hillside ridgeline. Consider lowering the home to a more recessive, to be more recessive and less prominent. Consider textured surfaces to help the home merge into the landscape. The architecture is lovely, but the prominence of the home may not be consistent with the character of the area.
Could I
The
interject really
challenge-
quick? These are the comments from the first meeting. These are not the comments from the February 11th meeting.
Okay,
So
these
that
are
was
the-
addressed.
Well, let me
in
see
the
if I can find
February.
them. Hold on just a second.
I can find those too. Sorry, those are the ones on the member agenda, so that's why I was.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
I got them if you want me to read them.
Okay.
Okay, elevations are not showing up in SBAR plan set that was uploaded. Provide as a separate file with the elevations alone. There have been many great improvements to the project. Appreciate that you have lowered the building slightly and made the siding darker. Provide photo simulations showing the view of the project site from nearby streets and the park. Simulations should include views of the project with and without the newly proposed plantings. Appreciate the barn inspiration, but the proposed project doesn't relate to the texture and proportion of a barn. Consider corrugated steel siding for more texture. The project currently feels institutional and should be brought down to human scale. Breezeway feels very tall. Consider the possibility of a cantilevered or steel lid over the boardwalk to help soften the hard edge. Like what you've done with the windows and framing with awning. Consider this type of awning near the breezeway. The house should look anchored, pulled down into the landscaping. Consider adding more shade elements into the landscaping. A site visit is required the next time the project is reviewed. Please stake the building footprints for the site visit. May return with preliminary with site visit.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I was reading along with the comments, the same comments that you just read, and they don't reflect the items that the tweaking that we did. So I don't know, maybe our process that we have isn't quite working, but anyway, they're not, it's nothing, I think the intent is there, but I'm just saying that it didn't reflect the.
Could you elucidate instead of, and just
Well,
go ahead and point out where it was slightly different?
On number 5, what we said was, a project currently feels institutional should be brought down to human scale, study proportions of the breezeway and consider lowering. And number
That's much better. Yep.
consider the possibility of a cantilever or steel lid over the boardwalk for shade.
Okay.
Break up elevations.
Okay.
And number 7, we said windows and framing with awning are successful. Consider this type of awning near the breezeway. And then we said on number 8, consider anchoring the structure by dropping down into the landscape. So it's just a wordsmithing that's a little different than what, those were the comments that we agreed upon when we reviewed.
Right. They just didn't make it in.
Yeah, so
Good catch.
maybe we need to.
Well, when at the end of the hearing, we'll take a look at that.
Okay, great.
So Jonathan and I can coordinate on that. I think it may be that one document has my notes and one document has his action edits. If we do come to another item that needs notes from that February agenda, I do have the ones that Cass just read.
Perfect.
If you need me to pull those up.
Perfect. All right. Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
go ahead.
Okay, great. Well, this summary is somewhat close. So the site visit is complete. The photo collage with views with and without trees from the park is coming up. There was also a comment about studying the shading on the south side of the deck to make sure it actually protected the house, which I have to show. And then some various studies sort of digging into details to show human scale. So I will just dig in. This is the view from the park that we looked at the site visit, showing trees. This is the view without the trees of the house alone. Let me know if you want me to pause on any of these. In terms of shade on the house and the effectiveness of the roof overhang, this slide shows a shading study at various times of year. On the left is summer solstice, in the middle is spring and fall, and on the right is the winter solstice. And this is this overhang is a huge part of our design and is very generous. It's just over 5 feet, this overhang, and actually influenced the whole structural design of the house. And I think it's performing just how we want it to. Even in the summer, that deck is mostly shaded. It's even shading the deck. It's very habitable out there. And then spring and fall shoulder seasons, it's shading. You can see that joint of the sun at noon is shading the entire surface of the metal cladding of the house, right at the intersection of the deck and the siding. And then the winter sun provides a warming effect and does reach the facade of the house. On the next few slides sort of explore how we've been developing sort of the details and some of the human scale comments on the house. So this is the north side of the house. And I heard the comments about studying overhangs here, and I tried those. I do represent my wife as the client in this, and we've talked about this, and I've studied options here. We actually really do like the flatness on this side of the house, and I have looked at the effectiveness of overhangs here, and sort of the simplicity of our design and its orientation is this being north facing. Any overhangs, it already, this whole side of the house is greatly shaded just by the fact that it's on the north side, and is why we've put so much attention to the overhangs in the deck providing shade on the south side. So we have kept this somewhat flat. However, I did study the proportions of this opening, and we've actually decided to narrow it. And I think this does a few things. One, I think proportionally, it's actually a little less clunky and more elegant. Two is we've added this thickness, which helps to shield from view the entry doors to each side of the house. And they provide some functional storage for us as well. And then once you pass through that thickness and past the doors, it widens to its previous width and opens up to the views on the south side. And then I have some further developed sort of views around the house. These are shots from the courtyard and exploring sort of the scale and nature of this sort of site design around the house. So this is a shot of the courtyard. We've sunken this courtyard about a foot from the south retaining wall to kind of provide sort of sightline privacy between this courtyard and the town below. You can see some of that stepping happening here. And again, from the courtyard, looking more northerly to the facade of the garage and the stairs coming down. And then getting into sort of the details and the scale of architectural elements on the south side. This is a shot of the low retaining wall along the south, and the steel post and beam structure holding up the deck above. And these are the trees that we saw in the view from the park below. And this is a shot showing sort of the architectural scale of things from the lower level terrace. This view is sort of near the top of bank of the creek, looking back up to the site, similar to the park view, but just a bit closer, showing the trees on and off. You can see how this whole south side is where the shading and shadows are really important, because that's where the brunt of the sun is hitting the house. And this, I think, is similar to a view I showed previously, showing some landscape site stairs and the paneling of the house. A lot of the presentation to follow is very similar to what we've all seen in my previous two presentations. I'm going to slip past this stuff really quickly. This landscape plan and the tree locations are what was shown before. What's different is that I've added the renderings as requested.
Can I interrupt just real quick?
Sure.
Mr. McDonald, do you have a grading plan that shows the proposed and existing and how those work together?
I do have a grading plan. It's at
Okay.
the end of the PDF. Do you want
No
me
worries.
to get there at the end?
Yeah, whenever you just,
Okay.
I didn't want to interrupt your flow, but I just wanted to make sure we had it. Thanks.
Sure, I will show you that. It's just at the end of the PDF. Maybe a little hard to see here, but if you can see my mouse, this is sort of the fattened walls at the entry that I was pointing out in that rendered perspective of the breezeway. Our feeling in terms of overhang is that the breezeway is really the entry overhang for getting to the inside of the house. And we really like sort of the rhythm basically on the approach of this house from say the garage to the other end of the main residence. Is there's sort of like a building and then a gap in that hinge moment, and then a building and then a breezeway gap and then another building. And we're trying to keep that concept strong from the northern side. I will just keep moving here. These are the floor plans. Hey, can you see these elevations? Well, you could see them in my PDF before, so you can tell me if they showed up in your PDFs.
In this PDF, the second one did not. But
okay, and I attached a separate file.
They are
file of
in
those,
there.
so those
Yes,
should show up.
I can confirm that it was part of the submittal.
Excellent. Okay, very cool. These are the building elevations and sections through the site showing the relationship to that 25-foot height limit. I'll repeat what I had mentioned on the site visit, that the main house averages approximately 3 to 5 feet below the 25-foot height limit, and the garage is substantially lower, averaging about 8-foot height, 8-foot distance below the 25-foot height limit. And these are all updated perspectives, same view angles that you'd seen before, though. I did, I guess, want to bring up the panels, because I know at the last meeting we had talked about these larger format panels, which sort of rely on the placement, the care and placement of the jointing to provide texture to this versus a corrugated panel or a standing seam panel. My client in this case really loves this that we're looking at, the larger format flat panel scheme. However, I did want to throw it out there that it would be appreciated if it was possible that the board could approve this as the primary cladding with essentially a standing seam siding, which would be more textured, as an alternate, because just the way the world is and pricing, that might be great to have in our back pocket to resort to if need be. And that kind of request shows up in this image here. You can see alternate standing seam shown in that thumbnail image up here. This page was in here before, so you've seen this, but kind of highlights the unique mass timber structural system that we're using for this house. Again, primarily driven by the way that it very simply provides a really generous overhang on the south side of the house. These are our material palettes and boards and lighting you've seen before. I think we resolved that at my second meeting. This is the site survey. These are the grading plans. And so these do reflect, just a side note on this is that this reflects my initial proposal, not the lowering of the house that I had shown at my second review. So I have not had my civil engineer update these plans just yet, but it's 95% what we intend to do.
Okay.
And I believe I am done and open for
all right.
conversation.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any public comment, Jonathan? I know we have members of the public who are here for this.
Okay, let's check. If you have any public comment on this first item, please raise your hand. Not seeing any hands raised, Madam Chair.
Okay. Okay. Let's go ahead with, are there comments from the board? I know I skipped a public comment, but let's just start in with ours.
Are these questions or comments?
These are comments. I skipped
Okay.
the questions, sorry.
We're not doing questions.
You can start with your questions. Go for it.
Okay, can you pull up the grading plan again?
Sure.
So at the south side, where it's highlighted like the 590, 595, those are all existing contours? Or are those proposed?
In order to reduce the apparent height of the south retaining wall, which is also the support for the deck steel posts, this is some fill happening there to reduce the apparent height of that site wall.
Okay, and what is
so that it reads as lower.
What is the proposed gradient of that fill?
I believe it's the percent slope.
Yeah, is it 2 to 1 or 3 to 1?
I believe this was designed to be no more than 2 to 1.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then it looks like there is some kind of drainage swale. Or,
Yeah, sorry, point me to where in the plan you're looking at.
I can't, oh, it's, I think it's septic. So, where does, the water go from the roofs? Remind me,
Yeah, well,
and any impervious surfaces?
yes. The storm drain line, let's see. This is the main line for the storm drain. I've had a conversation with my civil engineer actually to split the storm drain path into 2 and have a second one that collects the water from the north side of the house to more to the west, if you can see my mouse, to this side. So it's sort of split in 2. And for the main roof, I am intending to have some water, rainwater collection cisterns, and those are the circles here.
Okay,
But beyond those, the drainage is sort of split in half. So that the water from the lower courtyard would exit on the path sort of shown, and there will be a new path for the northern side to exit to the kind of opposite end of the house.
and how, am I making this up? Did I see those cisterns on your renderings?
You did, yeah, the generic dark cylinders. Yeah.
Yep. Just real quick, and I'll go back to you, Puck. But on this grading plan, what are the new finished floor?
So the new finished floor is closer to 611. That's the lowering. So both of those numbers dropped by just a little more than a foot. So those are roughly
Okay.
611 and 601. And the garage stayed the same. So it was only the main house that lowered.
Okay, Puck, go on.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that answers most of my questions. Thank you.
Okay, Cass, do you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you. Can you go back to the, I guess the elevations, please?
Sure. That's okay.
Right.
And there's also this sheet for the long
So
side.
this shows this new overhang, or was this, no, not there. Back out, the other one. This walkway underneath the deck overhang.
Mm-hmm.
That was
That like is this
that was there. Was that was there?
this?
Correct.
Yes. The development has just been in some of the details of that, but yes, that deck and walkway relationship.
We're there before. We looked at that before. So is it over on the, maybe it's the back side of the garage that we had talked about, something to kind of, some kind of an overhang there, that walkway over there was where, didn't we talk about that, about a possible overhang to help accentuate that walkway and to give some more detail to that elevation? Did we not talk about that?
Oh, that wasn't my understanding. My understanding with the overhangs was that it was more geared toward this north elevation of the main house. So I didn't, if that was said, I didn't really gather that. The garage is so utilitarian at that lower level that we were trying to keep the overhang limited to just the primary roof. The roof of the garage has a similar, very generous overhang to the main house. So it does.
Okay, I think that is my question. Yes, thank you.
Okay, Robin or Alan?
I'm good. Thank you, Bethany.
No
Robin?
questions.
No questions. Okay. We've already determined there wasn't any public comment. I'll call for it again, just to make sure that nobody has anything that brought up out of the questions.
If you have any public comment on this item, please raise your hand in the attendees. See no hands raised.
Yep, me either. Okay, then I'd like to return to the board for comments. Puck, would you mind going first since you were out there at the site visit?
Sure. And this house will be, I believe, fairly dominant on the hill. I mean, there's just because the site, it's located on almost a 30% slope. You know, it's just sneaking under the 30%. So it is it's going to be, particularly from the public space of Centennial Park, it's going to be very visible. We did look at it from Bell Street at some other moments in time, but really the streetscape of Bell Street does limit your view, particularly if you're supposed to be driving. I don't think it's, I think the view from the park is the one that
I would agree.
concerns me the most. I don't have any problems with the north facade being very plain. It's going to be in shadow really all the time. So I don't think that's a big deal. The south side, however, particularly with the revegetation of a 2-to-1 slope. I mean, that is very steep and will even exacerbate this feeling of this sort of spatial wall that is up there. And so I would really like to see, and it's very, very difficult, even with hydro seed mixes, to revegetate 2-to-1 on a south facing slope. It's just very tough. So I would like to see that area restudied. I'd also like to see the landscape plan have a lot more attention to how this really fits in with the town. I appreciate that you are in a 25-foot height limit and you have, you're down, as you said, around 16. I believe you said 16, 17. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
The apparent height from the north side is about that. Yes.
yeah.
That's from the north side though. Yeah.
Yeah. And even though perhaps from town, the roof isn't that apparent, I do think there are neighbors above you that will see the roof. And so I think the more we can diminish, frankly, the presence of this mass, it just is so different than the sort of vernacular, the little kind of quirky articulation of the town that, here's a little structure that pops up and then another little thing pops up over here. It's really the charm of the town. And so I think it's really important that the roof line, when you look at how the town just moves in and out and up and down and does all these different things, it really creates this language, this visual language that's very Los Alamos. And then your ridge line is, just not interrupted at all. And I think that really came across on the site visit and sort of looking up. And I think your photo image shows that as well. So I believe that the landscape is important. The other thing that I also wondered about was that to the west of the garage is still a fairly flat area. And as you said on our site visit, the steepest part of the property is to the east. And so it seems like maybe moving the mass, and I'm not sure, is this taken right on the street? You're not
It's
really
near the corner of the sort of, the corner of the park closest to the site.
Yeah. So it just seems like if it moved to the west, you could maybe even bring it down.
You know, if I could just mention that the house was further to the west, and through many discussions with the fire department, in order to get a turnaround the way that I have proposed, that the geometry of the turnaround essentially sort of
driving
helped to dictate, where this was. I shifted it over in order to have the T turnaround be something the fire department would approve. Yeah, so I have this thing has shifted back and forth a little bit, but it was really driven by
I appreciate and understand your clarification of your design process, Mr. McDonald, but I'm never going to get through my comments if I can't just get my board to mic them.
Those are
sorry.
End of my comments.
Okay. I think I'm going to break precedent here, and I'm going to go ahead and make some comments of my own, at least initially, as they pertain to some of the ones that Puck has made after standing out there on site. I completely concur with her comments about the actual this perceived it's not really looming, but it's just the sense of the structure and where it is and everything. And this image here that we're looking at on the screen is very helpful, as is the one where we asked Mr. McDonald to show it without the vegetation. However, what isn't readily apparent is what it looks like without the simulation. We don't have kind of the before and after, which we usually get, which we got when I felt very strongly when I was standing on site, because I could look at the simulation and then look up at the park there, or at from the park.
This is that view.
Yes.
With nothing.
Correct. And it's a little different because that wide slash, that is actually the kind of the road. It's kind of the upper extent, of the property.
That's the neighbor's retaining wall.
Yeah, that's the neighbor's retaining wall at the base of it. So the property is kind of at the base of that retaining wall because that's the road, and then it comes downhill, and then the neighbors is above that. And then if we were to see then, kind of a side by side, it was very striking to me when I stood there. I also appreciate very much Puck's comment. And I'm just gonna, if you could go to your grading plan again. The garage, I mean, I understand what you're doing, based on site, and and like, for example, if I look at the finished floor here, which you said have lowered for the main house section, 1 foot on each of them. But you still got a 10-foot difference And one of the first things we ask people to do when we have a situation like this is we ask people to lower their plate, their ceiling height. And I understand you've got the thickness of the wall or the ceiling, you know, to the floor. And so there's some issues there. But it seems like this very much has space in which to de-elevate, you know, so that it gets pushed down. I'd like you to consider that. And I'm not sure about, I mean, I understand what you're saying with the turnaround there and why perhaps that's keeping the elevation of the garage higher. But it just seems like there could perhaps be a shift there. But again, that's just an impression I had on site. And I think Puck spoke to that. Now I'm going to reserve the rest of my comments. Cass, would you like to go next?
Sure. I'm sorry that I was not able to get there today to see it. We were trying for last month to do this, but I do appreciate that some of the changes that have been made. I agree very strongly with my colleagues here and what they have said. I think if you mentioned that you're working to try to have it feel like 3 buildings, you might want to actually make them 3 buildings. And maybe as I appreciate what Puck said is, you know, the town is this, you know, variety of little small buildings that go up and down, and maybe that would help you, because this, to me, this just feels way too out of character with the town itself, and that you might be able to make that happen and still keep within your vernacular. I don't have a problem right now with the steel panels that you were talking about and asking. I just have a problem with the massing of it and the largeness of it, as it and especially, you know, right up on the hill above the town. So I really would urge you to, you know, step back and see what oftentimes, you know, something even better can come out of it if you can just step back and kind of rethink how you could do that. And it might be open up some other opportunities as to how the fire department turnaround could happen. So I just would urge you to do that. And I appreciate the comments from both Puck and Bethany, and I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay, Robin?
I concur with the previous statements. I think it's really prominent and not, it's not in keeping with Los Alamos. And I think the ideas that have been put forth have merit. Thanks.
Alan?
Well, thanks, Bethany. I don't disagree with the previous comments, but I have a question for some of us on the board. And this is where the discussion, if we were in
Sure.
meeting, if we were meeting and together, it would be easier to do. When you're saying, and again, I know what massing is, and I know none of us got hired by the guy to design this thing. But when you're talking about massing, what I'd like some help here myself. Is it the size of the building or the style of the building that is bothering most of you?
For me, it's neither. I don't have an issue. I know the rest of the board members have spoken much more clearly about having a stylistic disconnect. That's not my main issue. My main issue is that it just is, it's kind of, it feels almost overbearing. And it creates that feeling even off site from the park to me. And so I know there are other tools in the, I'll call it the architectural toolkit, as far as that will maintain, where you can, we're all used to dealing with fire truck turnarounds. We're all used to dealing with solar access. We're all used to dealing with all of that, all of these constraints. This is, while it is a unique site, it is not especially what I would consider problematic. In fact, I think it offers quite a few opportunities. I suspect the applicant would agree. But that said, there are a few things that start to, there's tension between, if you do this, you can't do that. And then there's some aesthetic things. For example, we all would like to have really high ceilings in many cases, within the structure. That's just something that's really nice. It can also add to keeping out light or allowing light access. All of those things are things that go into quality of living. But when I come to make my findings, it seems to me that the overall structure could just decrease in height. And so that's what I'm talking about. And I think that is what is driving, was what was driving my comment about the mass of it. It's, and Cass's comments for me echoed where she talked about the fact that the roof, especially on the main structure, it goes all the way across. And if you look at, and this is why stylistically, this is where I would potentially have more of a disconnect, feeling a disconnect with a lot of the architecture within Los Alamos, is that it's unrelieved. It's just straight across. That's great. I mean, that's what you want. But the point is that what I am trying to convey to the applicant, Alan, is that I can't make my findings. And the way to address it, to make me, to get me to that point where I can say, yes, this makes the finding for me, is that it needs to be more diminutive. That's the big thing. Does that answer your question, or would you want to hear from somebody else on the board?
Bethany?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Could I just comment?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think there were two things Alan said. Stylistically, I think when you're referring to an architectural style, I mean, I love contemporary architecture. I wish I could live in a house like this, frankly, but I do think I'm just thinking about some of the contemporary structures that that have been done in, like, I'm just thinking about like Norway or Iceland, that are these they're very modern, extremely modern, pared down sort of cottages. And I'm not saying you need to live in a cottage, but that it is possible to be very contemporary and not have an unbroken roof line. I mean, honestly, when I look at it from up the hill, and I like hanging out there, but Norm's, I can't even remember, the Skyview Motel, but it's out of town. It's this, sort of classic. It'd be a stretch to call it mid-century, but still, it's this long motel up on the hill, and it's got this great view and deck, and it's all very linear, but it's like out there on its own little hill, and that's where I'm having trouble sort of syncing this experience, this visual experience, behind the town. But I just really felt that from the park, especially. So does that help, Alan?
Puck, you and Bethany did exactly what I hoped you would do to help me giving it a better explanation. And I think that your both explanations would better help the applicant. So I want to
Yeah.
thank you for that. And that was the reason I asked the question. And
I
I
figured
tend
as
to
much.
agree with everything you guys have said.
Okay. Cass and Robin, any follow-up to our comments?
This is Robin. I was just going to say community compatibility is really important. And I concur with everything that Puck and Bethany just said. And I think you gave some good examples. Thanks.
Okay.
I'll just add one more, there's other things that we could get into the weeds on, but I don't think it's really productive at this point because I think the overall really needs to be really studied more and based on these comments today, which I thank everyone for. And I just wanted to say with regard to the high ceilings, it's all about proportion, as we well know. We want the spaces to feel well proportioned. Too high of a ceiling can be very a negative experience. So I think, and especially when you have a vaulted ceiling, the one height could be brought down. You still have the height. By bringing the plate down on the left-hand side, you still have a lot of volume on the other side. So these are all things to consider, and the higher is not always better.
Yeah, and I think specifically that's part of what we're struggling with. I'm struggling. I'm not trying to speak for the whole board. I'm just saying I'm struggling to make that finding.
Correct. And also, and I'm speaking, from the interior.
Yeah, I got it.
Of the house, the higher is not always better. I constantly see high ceilings that just feel really uncomfortable. So it's all that very delicate maneuvering of inches to get everything to really be, beautiful and feel really, really comfortable. So I think there's a lot of work to be done in that regard. And I think you have a lot of options. And so I appreciate all the comments that everyone's given, and I hope that helps you to be able to actually, find a place that you're going to be really, really more happy with as well. But you just have to kind of step back and really be open to maybe a slightly different way of thinking about it.
Yeah. Okay. Nicole, are you comfortable with the comments?
I have quite a few.
Okay.
I'm not sure if you want me to read through them, but I
not
have quite a few.
especially. I just wanted
Okay.
to make sure that you felt that you captured the gist and felt
I think I
comfortable.
did.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
perfect.
I did. I think you'll still have some changes.
I'm sure
but I
we'll
think
be
I got the
wordsmithing,
general-
but I think you got
Yeah.
the general. That's what I wanted to check on.
Okay. Yeah. got
Okay.
it.
Could I ask a question?
Mr. McDonald, yes.
Thank you. Just because this is my third time, the next time I see you will be the fourth, and I don't want to spin my wheels either. But just to get down to some a practical question, is the board essentially saying that a continuous roof, the length of the house, is unapprovable?
No,
is that one of the
wasn't-
biggest issues?
That's
that
not
the roof
what
is
we said
continuous?
at all. That wasn't what we said
Oh.
at all, Mr. McDonald. And I think what we're talking about, it's not there's not that, I think what we're saying is that in this current configuration, we can't make our findings. And then we talked about a lot of different things that are contributing to that we think are ways in which you could explore so that we can get to, as Cass said, a building that suits your needs and that also we can make our findings. And to that end, I think Cass talked about specifically about the long stretch of the roof. And to a certain extent, the fact that the rear of the garage is unbroken. So there are some things that you could do perhaps stylistically, or in a more major move, lose the cover of the breezeway, for example. Now, no one has said we're not directing you to do that. What we're saying is these could be ways in which we could get closer to making and ultimately make our findings. I think for me personally, the most significant is lowering the buildings, putting them into the ground further, and or lowering the heights in the rooms, and without compromising, for example, on your the ability to put solar panels on the roof, which I know you intend to do at some point, or at least want to have that option. So these are all things that, and there are other things, but those are the two big moves that I've heard. The third big move that Puck alluded to, and I'm not sure that it really was talked about extensively, but is the fact that the landscaping at this point, we're not trying to hide a structure. What we're trying to do is reduce its visual impact and also marry it into the land. And there are some moves that you can make on a landscaping on that, in that regard, that will help to place the structure in the site. That's not just grading, although that's part of it. And so there's quite a lot that can be done. And she also, this is a separate item, Nicole, she also mentioned that she wanted to see, and I would concur with this wholeheartedly, how the areas that are graded, how is that going to be addressed as far as landscaping? What's the end result that everybody's going for, and how do you achieve that? So
Bethany, Chair.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
To kind of tag on to that
Yeah.
really the building has to work by itself.
Yes, exactly.
Not be just a building that then is completely screened. So you just do whatever and then it's screened. It has to work on its own. And then the landscape, of course, is a critical component that adds to it. But
Sure.
they're not separate, which I'm sure you understand that. But just to underscore that.
And I think the further thing that Mr. McDonald has alluded to is that he's here for preliminary approval today. And no one has made any sounds like we're going to get to that. And that's exactly, to put it quite bluntly, Mr. McDonald, my issue is I can't make my findings for preliminary as this is designed right now. And that's what I'm getting from the whole board. And I understand that, the next visit will be your fourth visit. And I understand that there can be some inherent frustration in that as a process. And I think I know that's why Mr. Carlin, our board member, asked the question, not only for himself, but for you, so that we would actually be very clear about the findings and things or techniques or tools that you could use to get us to those findings. So I hope that our comments today have kind of pointed out what the findings are in essence, and how we can get to them.
Madam Chair, this is Adam Orta.
Yes.
The project. I'm sorry. Do you mind if I ask a question?
I don't. Go ahead.
Sorry. Thanks. Do you mind just for my own notes, just clarifying what exact findings you're wanting the board would like to see for the project? I'm still a little confused myself as to the specific findings.
The findings are listed in our bylaws. We have to make a finding that the building is designed well on all four sides. We have to make a neighborhood compatibility finding, which I think was extensively spoken to. And the finding about all four sides of the structure I mean, obviously they mean all the exterior walls. But as far as part of that, while it specifically mentions colors and materials in the finding language, it also has to do with and I think this is specifically stated, this is a quote, the mass, bulk, and scale of the structure. And that's the one we're having real issue with, is that it doesn't seem proportional and the mass is too much. And we're suggesting that it be lowered or otherwise made more recessive, to sit more recessively on the site. And what we're not saying is do this and you'll be good. What we're saying is these are some ways in which you might approach the design or adapt it so that we can make our findings. Does that help you, Adam?
Yeah, and Adam, if you want to talk about it more offline with me, we can talk about it too.
Sure. I might have asked my question right. I'm aware of the findings. I was just a little confused of how the board would like, which recommendations the board wanted Mr. McDonald to address those findings potentially. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm aware of the findings. I just need some
I knew you were.
clarification for myself. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Well,
Adam,
I knew you were trying to, I'm inferring, Adam, that you were trying for yourself and the applicant to discover the connection between our comments and the findings, right?
Exactly. Thank you. I'm sorry.
No worries. You're not out of line at all. That's what I was trying to allude to in the end, that, you know, these are the findings we're making. Those are the three major ones. And this is what we're stuck on. We're stuck on that mass, bulk, and scale. And there's been some discussion about materials specifically, but I think it has to do with more about how they contribute to the mass, bulk, and scale, because all of these are intertwined.
Yeah, and Adam, I can talk to you more offline because we're just on item 1. We have
Yes, we got to
7
get
items
going
today. Yeah.
Thanks, Nicole. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No worries.
Oh,
Anytime.
and by the way, Adam wants to give you an update on the next item too when it comes up.
Perfect. Thank you.
I guess I mean, I as the applicant do feel a little stuck. I mean, there were a lot of comments. The big one regarding lowering, I don't honestly sounds a little scary to me. Like, there's a 25-foot height limit. I've already lowered the house, and it sounds like you're saying that some height below the height limit is something that you need to see, and I don't frankly understand the logic of that. The second thing, in terms of interior heights, I mean, I have a 10-foot floor to floor. 2 feet can easily be taken up by structure and mechanical systems, leaving 8 feet for the lower floor, which I don't think is generous. And the upper floor, I have a roof slope that's trying to match what solar panels would find efficient. I don't want solar panels at some weird angle later that I think would look worse. And when that roof slope hits that south deck, it's actually very low. It's less than 8 feet for the roof overhang on the 8th side. So on that south side. So I totally hear your comments, and I appreciate them. I feel like, and I want obviously to meet them, but I have done some of these. I have thought about this a lot, and I can tell it's. I feel like I'm in a really awkward spot meeting the intent of some of the comments. You know, knowing that I don't really have an exaggerated height in the current design, so I feel a little stuck both with the internal heights mentioned and with the height relative to the allowable height limit, which it would seem like any project should be allowed to go to the height limit. I'm not.
Well, you and I both know, Mr. McDonald, that the height limit is well, one, it's part of the land use, and while when we deal with hillside ridgeline, we definitely are looking at that as, you know, a maximum. But in my case, I'm not looking at it and saying, oh, the height limit is, I mean, he can build all the way up to here. I'm looking at the structure as you presented it, as it sits on the landscape, and I think the rest of the board is as well, and saying, can I make my findings, which are not tied to height? That's not what they're tied to. And I don't think our comments specifically said, oh, this is so egregiously tall. That's not what any of us said at all. I think we were talking about the mass of the building and its the scale of it and proportionality, and how you have chosen to set it on the site. You can push it in, you can raise it up. There are lots of things it'll do, and that would get you closer or further away from that height limit, that plane in the air. So in much the same way, what we're saying is, could you please reconsider this? We know that you're very accomplished. We know that you have sat and looked at this and gone through this. It's very apparent in your drawings, and the detail and the level of thought and attention that you have put into this project. It absolutely comes through. And that's one of the reasons that when I look at this and I look at this, I don't know exactly how I would accomplish it. And I'm not an architect either, but I would look at this, I look at this site and I think, I know that the appearance of this can be done in such a way that the mass, the proportions, the way it's married into the site, these are all choices that are up to you. And I look at the thoughtfulness and the level of detail and all of the effort that you have put into this, and I just feel that this is something that you can do. And I know you feel really frustrated because I've been there. I've felt very frustrated myself in front of BARs in this county before. But I like to think that as an applicant, people can choose to rise to the challenge, I guess you could say, because I have every faith that you're capable of it. I really do. The rest of the board, I mean, anybody else have anything else to add to this that maybe we can do this? Because I would like to move on to the next item, but any other comments?
Madam Chair, I guess I'll just say, you know, as an architect myself and who have been through, you know, similar kinds of things, I always find that the critique is incredibly valuable, and that sometimes just stepping back and doing, you know, taking another look at it, I think you've got the essence, and I think you have many options here to make this even, to still have the essence of the design that you're trying to get to, but to do it in a way that it will be even more powerful and more sensitive to the community. And I just would urge you to, you know, go have fun with it. You know, say, okay, let me see, what else can I do? It's a great process, and I know I am very aware of it. So, you know, use this opportunity to make an even better project than what you have right now.
Great. Well, I appreciate everyone's comments and time. Thank you.
Thank
you, Mr. McDonald. Okay, item number 2, 21 Bar 33 Los Alamos Farm Motel. Mr. McDonald, if you want to go ahead and stop your share, we'll go ahead and get Jonathan, if you can go ahead and get whoever's here for item number 2 up and running here.
Presenting for item number 2.
Yes, I am.
All right, let me. Now you have co-host availability, so you can share your screen. Thank you.
All right. 1 second. Oh, the huge green button right in front of me.
And I think this is the first time you've been to us on this
This is-
project? Oh,
this
no,
is
it was
the-
continued. Okay.
This is the third time that we've been.
Oh.
Last time was about a year ago.
Oh
Right.
yeah, and sorry to interrupt again. This is Nicole. I think Adam wanted to
He wanted to say something about this
on this
project.
item. Yeah, an
Please,
updated.
yeah.
Hi, thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Nicole. Yeah, I just want to inform the chair and members of the board. I can't remember if I included in the planner memo, but been working pretty closely with the agents for this project, come up with some solutions as far as parking. I want to let the chair and the board know that the applicant has submitted to P&D a modification application to essentially waive the on-site parking requirements for a short-term rental in the commercial zone. And the modification will the modification will allow for that off-street parking, the on-site parking to be provided in the public right-of-way, which the agents will give you an explanation or overview of the angular parking and public right-of-way. So that modification is in progress. And yeah, I just wanted to make you aware of that small detail. Thank you.
Do we have the previous comments?
I should have included them in the planner memo. You can,
I'm not seeing any.
I
Oh,
can,
there we go. I've
Okay.
got it. I found it.
perfect.
Thank
Thank
you, Adam.
No
You saved
problem.
my butt. The
I got
board
you.
appreciates and supports the concept of the project and restoration of historic structures. The board is interested to see how the different elements come together. With care, applicant can develop a landscape that they would want, but that also serves those using the site. Irrigation will be required. From a design perspective, there is a lot going on. Consider simplification of site circulation, landscape elements, hardscape, and decorative elements. Looking forward to seeing how it all comes together. Work to make sure the structures on site work together. Board supports providing a more rural option than the standard public works sidewalk design standards. Given where this is located, the board supports the ingress egress exception change being requested of public works. And Adam, if you could just, is that what you were speaking to as far as the parking? Is that kind of tied together with that last comment from our previous hearing?
That's correct, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, just wanted to make sure we're on the same page. All right, it's Mr. Kane, correct?
Correct.
All right, so I'm gonna have you go ahead and do your presentation, then I'll ask for questions from the board. And then we'll go to public comment, and then we'll come back to board comments, and which hopefully we can get through more expeditiously. So take it away.
That'd be great. Okay, so brief overview. This is an 1880s farmstead from Central California farmstead that's located in Santinas. It's currently on the Chumash Indian Reservation. They have applied for demolition permits, which were denied because of the historic significance, and they are attempting a demolition by neglect. We are historic preservationists. We have obtained this lot in Los Alamos, and we're attempting to relocate and save these historic structures, which the county has deemed that the structures themselves are what have historic merit and not the site or location on the reservation property. So since the last meeting, we have totally changed everything, have redesigned the site, simplified everything. We did not have a landscaping plan last time. We do have a landscaping plan this time. As you all probably know, this is a very difficult site with a lot of limitations. And one of our major issues, which you touched on in the comments, was that we kind of felt like we did not want to do the major street improvements the curbs, sidewalks, gutters. I think I referred to it at that meeting as the Orange County-ification of Los Alamos, because we did not feel that worked with our project, and that it didn't work with the rural setting in Los Alamos, and that
You might flip to the next page.
and that we would be the only property in this area to have these improvements, because every other property is in the floodway and nothing will ever be built on any of those properties. So unless the county is going to pay for them, no landowner is going to do these improvements. So we're basically going to be this little island of sidewalks in the middle of nowhere. However, we also had an issue with parking, because even though these are residential structures, it's commercial zoning, and we're required to have a commercial parking lot with an in and an out. So we almost gave up, because it got to the point where we would just have the structures and then everything else would be concrete parking. And finally, the planners suggested that we essentially trade, and they help us figure out how to accommodate parking on the street, as you see in the site plan, if we would agree to do the $250,000 of street improvements. And we said yes, because it's the only way that we feel that we could do this, because we did not want to have, concrete surrounded buildings. We're not doing this to create a parking lot. There were additional structures and other things. We simplified it, not only because you suggested that we simplified it, but for financial reasons at this point. So what's left is the original homestead, the original barn, and a small swimming pool and spa. The ADA accessibility of the structures is still kind of up in the air. We've finally started having conversations with building, because we think we're finally at a place with planning that this could potentially be the last iteration of the site plan. But it's an unusual use, it's an unusual project, and the county has informed us that they don't enforce ADA. They're just trying to basically guide us with what to do. And we're dealing with the historic building code, because this is a restoration and not new construction. So I guess what I'm explaining in the long way is this ramp probably will not be here. I think it's likely what will happen is that this will become a brick sidewalk, 36-inch wide ADA accessible sidewalk, and there will probably be a lift back here. Because overall, I actually love this site plan now that we don't have a giant parking lot, but I don't love seeing this enormous ramp to get us up to the elevation required because of the potential flood. And then I guess lastly, our landscape designer was on the call, but she couldn't continue to wait for the last project, so she had to leave. But there is a landscape plan. I'm sure you've looked at it. There's a plant list and some photos of the different plants. So that's it.
I'm sorry, I had my mic off. You want to show us some of the materials?
The materials for
the buildings.
The materials for the buildings are existing. Like I mentioned, this is a restoration. We're not proposing on changing anything. We're also not proposing on changing color. We'll do a historic paint analysis to make sure that we match the authentic and original color to, you know, what it would have been. We just heard from building recently that they would not be approving even a fire rated wood roof. So we're going to have to select some type of reproduction that is not wood, but that looks like wood. So this particular item will change. I guess the only new material that we'd be proposing is on our foundation, because that will be new. We don't want to leave it concrete, obviously, so we plan on veneering the concrete piers with brick.
Okay. All right. Any questions from the board?
I have one question.
Yeah.
What about, could you please speak about the windows? What will be happening with the windows, and also the walkways internal to the site? What is the material for those? You may have said that, so I apologize if I didn't hear.
Yeah, no problem. So the windows still exist. They're just all boarded up, covered with plywood. But all of the windows are here. A lot of them are the glass is broken, but the wood windows are actually in fairly good condition. So they'll all be restored. For the most part, they're double hung. I think on the front facade, there's more lights than on the sides and the back facade, there are fewer lights. And then on the walkways, I think what we currently have, we've had so many changes, I apologize. But I think what we currently have is brick, because we're trying to meet accessibility requirements so that a person in a wheelchair can get around the property and have equal access to everything that someone outside of a wheelchair could get to. And I did not want concrete. You know, I want more of a historic, authentic vibe than new concrete.
Okay, great, thank you. And then also, is there any, two questions, lighting, will there be any lighting I didn't see any, but maybe there was. And then also the base, you're saying the new foundations would be clad in a brick. And is that something that are you able to do historic research to see that is what would have been there, or in a similar type of building, or would it have been concrete, just plain, for some sort of, for a very agrarian building?
Right. Right.
Just being like a rough, concrete with some exposed aggregate or something like that.
Right.
And then finally, maybe a little bit about the fencing too.
Sure. Okay. So
the light fixture shown here. So is that just maybe show where you were thinking those were going to be?
Yes. So there is some minimal lighting that is on the exterior of the buildings. Let me see if I can zoom in so you can see this a little better. You can see we have a couple of fixtures here and there. That's the barn. Let me go to the house. For the most part, we prefer to have landscape lighting rather than a lot of what I would consider incompatible, because they didn't have electricity. So I didn't want to have these historic buildings with just a crazy bunch of lights all over them. We're trying to place some periodically that we would need, basically for safety and accessibility. But for the most part, I want to keep the lighting restricted to the landscape plan. So that would consist of some downward path lighting, so that people can move throughout the site. Generally, I don't like a lot of artificial lighting. So we plan on keeping it to a minimum, and just providing kind of what we have to. Regarding the foundations, so when this house was built, they didn't have concrete, so they actually would have used brick to build foundations. So if you had a structure that was raised for whatever reason, like if it was in a flood area or an uneven surface, you would see exposed brick. Especially on more simple homes like this. The nicer houses could have had like a plaster smear done on top of the brick, and they would sometimes use scoring lines to create the illusion of larger stones. And on very nice, larger houses of this time period, they would even come back and faux paint those scored plaster kind of blocks to look like marble or granite or sandstone. And the fence, your third question. So this picture, let me zoom in here. We want a very kind of rural and authentic looking kind of farm picket fencing around this property. It's a very tight slat, and this material back then would have been sold basically by the roll. So someone could like order it at the general store through a catalog, and it would be shipped on a train. They would roll it out and they could easily install it themselves. So that's not exactly what we're using, but we're trying to create that look. So our fence, I think there's a detail in here somewhere. Looks like that, but is actually made, yeah, here we go, in a very traditional and sturdy way, where we'll actually have posts set in concrete that are substantial, and we'll have a 2x4 stringer behind that would hold all this in place. So it's not going to be this, antique wavy.
Where would the fence be located?
So it's around the entire property. If you see, we have existing fencing behind us and to our side. So it would butt against that and basically run around our property line. And then we would have a gate, excuse me, a gate off of St. Joseph, and then a gate off of Leslie.
Okay.
Those are my questions.
Thanks, Cass.
Let other people come up with.
Any further questions?
I just had could we look at the landscape plan?
Yes.
I'm sorry, it went by too quickly for me to really observe it
Yeah.
at this scale.
I can just kind of briefly describe it. I'm not a landscape designer, and like I said, our landscape designer had to jump off the call, but essentially we asked for something that was as authentic feeling as possible, that would give us kind of a farmhouse aesthetic. Like it's not supposed to look like it's professionally done. It's not supposed to look suburban. We did ask for screening because we have a junkyard to the left and sort of a junkyard behind us. So we're attempting to block that.
Excuse me, part of the plant palette, at least on my screen, is there. There we go.
Do you want me to zoom out?
No.
No, because then we can't read it. So you
The,
have,
the screening is emerald green arborvitae, Thuya emerald green.
oh.
Uh-huh. There's the hydrangea quercifolia is along the building, I think. There's some yucca with some grasses.
Oh,
It's it is very eclectic, and there's an error. The butterfly garden has the wrong pouche. It actually should be diagonals.
And then
And
what are the grasses? I can't.
you
Yellow.
can't read them. I zoomed in.
Oh, there we go. Oh, better.
Sort of.
Okay. Nomo and
They're the same. Deschampsia elongata, Festuca rubra, and Colaria macrantha
okay.
as a sod.
Yeah. Okay. That's I think that answers my question. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Public comments. I think Jonathan may not be back. He stepped out for a minute. Is there anybody with a public comment? Wave your hands wildly, click the little button on your. I'm not seeing anybody raising their hand. Or if you can't figure out how to raise your hand, unmute yourself and. Okay. All right, so I'm not hearing anybody or seeing anything. So let's go ahead and come to the board. If you don't mind, Mr. Kane. Oh, Michael Nicola seems to have raised his hand. Mr. Nicola? You have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes.
I can. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. A couple of comments and one particular question. First of all, I was here with the first presentation of this project and think it's absolutely wonderful. I'm a local resident. I actually live on St. Joseph, just up the street about 4 blocks. I'm also a real estate broker and developer, and developed the property at 325 Bell, just down the street. And I love everything about this. I love the commitment. I love the passion. I love the fact that it's exactly the kind of thing that Los Alamos needs and wants. My major concern, and I hate to be, flying the ointment, but I've attended board meetings before where the comment has been made that, quote, we don't have particular parking problems in Los Alamos. And I take exception with that as somebody who lives here, who works here, who sees what the parking situation is in town from Thursday through Monday primarily, particularly in the immediate vicinity of where this property is, with bodega, with the hotels, restaurants that are doing events where hundreds of cars come into town, and therefore events, much less the people who live here. A lot of people who live here don't go even down to Bell Street during the weekends these days, but that's another issue. My question is this: given that there's going to be some construction going on in the immediate area, catty corner, across from where bodega is, Sean McGrath's big property there that's for sale, which is going to add considerable square footage. The parking looks like it is being accepted and allowed to be done on St. Joseph at the angle to the street. And I think that that's probably a decent solution. My question is that parking going to be permitted parking for this establishment, or is it going to be left to whoever gets there first, in which case I think the problem is going to be the people who are staying in this beautiful facility will be fighting for parking like the rest of the people on weekends. So I guess my question and my suggestion is that parking, as in other areas in town, as they get developed, that there is going to be some provision made for specific permit parking?
I might,
Meaning that it be signposted
Yes.
or somewhat otherwise indicated that it's reserved for the project. I think your concern, I mean, we're noting your concern, but I think this is something that is outside of our purview. And I think the planner, Adam Orta, would be, if you two could liaise and discuss this and he could get your input outside of the hearing. I'm glad you brought it up, but it's not something that we can address, and I think he can help you.
I mean, the only reason I'm mentioning it in this context is because it has been mentioned in this context.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And,
There's nothing wrong with that.
And I think
I'm
it's
sure hi, this is Adam. There's definitely an explanation. I'm more than happy to talk with this off meeting with the interested party.
great. Thank you. That's all I ask.
Great. I
And
wish
I-
everything was so straightforward.
Yeah, I appreciate the work you're doing.
thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So the board, does anybody want to start? Comments?
I'm happy to start unless somebody else wants to.
I'm gonna grab your screen, Mr. Kane, so please don't have a heart attack. Okay, go
May.
for it.
Oh, okay. I just think this is the greatest project. I have the same feelings that the gentleman, the public comment. I just think it's wonderful, and I applaud the work that you're doing. And I think it has really, it's just terrific, and it's really, we need more of this. I hope that I agree about the sidewalk. I hope that this can be, the concrete sidewalk that is just really not appropriate for a project like this, and certainly doesn't feel like Los Alamos. I hope that can somehow go away, but I don't know if that's possible. And I'm interested to know if those really are the original paint colors. So it'll be interesting to see what you find out when you do further analysis.
Yeah.
I was also wondering about the roof. It'll be interesting what you come up with there, if that was originally, a wood shake roof, or whether you can come up with something, a cement type board, given the weight that you have for those structures. And wondering if possibly a corrugated metal roof could be considered, just as a suggestion. I know you're going to have issues with that. I really appreciate your comments about the lighting, and just minimizing it on the buildings. And I guess you're going to have it for code reasons, but maybe even some kind of a fixture that's even more minimal, and maybe a little bit more, I don't know, of the period.
Yeah, let me jump in real quick about the light. It's like our third light, because everything that we choose gets discontinued and gone. So at this point, we're just trying to propose something that is acceptable, but this one will be discontinued and gone by the time this happens. So yeah. I totally agree. And I will eventually, when we're able to do this, provide something that.
I'm not.
We'll come back to that. I can speak to that in a minute. I need to get my board comments in. Otherwise, I'm going to lose control of this meeting. Cass, can you see my screen?
Yes, and I'm just saying that I support your position on it. So the fewer the better, and in my opinion. And I also appreciate the lift versus the big giant ramp. As a way of dealing with that piece. And then finally, I would just say I really like the kind of loosey-goosey picket fence versus the nice straight everything fence. So I almost prefer it, that rolled almost snow fencing kind of thing. I just feel like it just really adds that, the feeling of the old, the historical piece. So I would be more in favor of just keeping it, don't make it all so perfect and tight. So great job, and thank you for stepping up to preserve this really important part of our history.
Okay,
Bethany?
Huck? Yes,
Okay, I don't have anything else to cover from what Cass said in terms of the architecture and site planning, but I am a little concerned, although I love the sort of quirkiness of the overall landscape plan. I'm a little concerned that Thuya is, not native to this area. It's not a particularly drought tolerant shrub, and it particularly does not like areas with low humidity. And so I'm worried about using that as a plant material for permanent screening. I think you'd be much better off with, for instance, bay laurel, in case your landscape designer is not from this area.
they aren't.
And then just in terms of irrigation and trying to, work yuccas with hydrangea crucifolia, it just gets a little tricky. And then the Nomo, I don't know if she's done her irrigation calculations. They're not required for approval from BAR. However, I don't want her to get so far down the line that she can't meet the Muello calcs with the amount of Nomo turf. It just is not particularly drought tolerant in our area.
Not only
the
that,
grass?
it's under the trees. And it's shown under a lot of things, and there are much better choices for as ground covers. The other problem is as Puck said, the ratio, that's probably well over a quarter of your landscaping is turf. She's also showing turf that's less than 10 feet wide, which is not permissible. So there's a lot of things going on in this plan that are going to cause some real issues down the line. I just emphasize what Puck is saying, from the actual choices to all the rest of it. I don't see how it could meet the Wello, because they're all mixed in, like Puck was saying.
So it's just a suggestion, obviously, but it would be a good idea for her to run the calcs now so she can adjust the design as needed. That's all my comments.
Okay.
Okay, and since I jumped in there and kind of hogged Puck's comments, I'm going to talk about lighting. I liked very much what you said about lighting, and this is why I stole your screen. Because if you note here, it says exterior pole mounted lighting typical, and that would be this guy here on the right, but it's this thing here, right here, this black dot. There's one here, 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 and here, and here, and there. This thing is lit up brighter than bright. You have way too much light.
So I can tell you that that has got to be a mistake, because this is the first time, you pointing it out right now is the first time that I'm even seeing it, and not what I had asked
for.
consult.
Yeah.
Yes. So yes, I can assure you that is.
I understand your intent.
Yes.
But the drawings are what gets approved.
Of course, yes.
Not going to happen. And
I wouldn't want that to happen.
No, you wouldn't. The other thing is this is an elevation and point. I'm not sure which one this is, but I think this is the this is the homestead.
Yes.
But this fixture here, I'm assuming you're trying to light this pathway.
Yeah.
There are better ways to do that than putting a fixture on a wall like this. Potentially.
I'd prefer to have it as landscape lighting and not on the building.
Yeah, and pole light is not a good. I mean, it just looks industrial, and it totally. I have an issue with the pole lights, period, because that's not how this would have been lit. If you're trying to be historically congruent, and so it's kind of, there's a lot of tension there because you're trying to create, like you said, they wouldn't have been electrified. So,
Right.
but how you do that, and for example, on the front. On this front entry, I know you have to have one. Usually what we ask for is only what's required by code on the building. For example, one fixture for each of the entrances. Some people will hide the fixture up in underneath the roof. They'll hide it up in there so that it actually isn't even, you're not even aware of it like during daylight hours. It's just a small little fixture that gets tucked up in there under the roof. And then, to meet your compliance for access and building code, you've got it. It just kind of softly illuminates the landing and the steps.
So that's what we'll do. It'll be one per, and they'll be hidden.
I think that's what I'm saying. I think there's some really choice ways you could do that. That will also free up anywhere you can do that. That's going to free up your fixture selection, because you're looking at something that's like a hockey puck or a small can or something that is basically just disappears when it's not on.
Yes.
And when it is on, you can't see it because it's on. So, I mean, you don't perceive it is what I'm saying. And then these pole lights, I about had a heart attack. I'm sorry. I went, what? What do you mean you're not having any? So I'm very relieved to hear that this was not what you expected or anticipated.
Yeah.
So, and the only other comment, and I was trying to think of a very pleasant way to say this, is I appreciate what you were saying, and you're trying I'm going to make up a word, historicality of the landscape. You want something that makes it look like these buildings were built here.
Yes.
Okay. So to that end, I think that my approach, and I'm not saying the designer has to do this at all, but this does inform how I'm reviewing it. My approach would be to look at some of the old pueblos or other barns or outbuildings dating from the same time period. Look at some places that have been restored or not restored, because really they wouldn't have had much. They really wouldn't. And so to really get in touch with that, and then to find some ground covers or other things that work with what I wanted to convey with that simplicity. And I know that because of Wello and the irrigation calculations and everything, you got to mulch the crap out of everything. But that's okay, because a lot of these areas, at least from what I know, my knowledge set, I would expect a lot of these areas to have been basically open dirt. They probably wouldn't have been planted with anything, and they would have been very deliberate with their lawn. They would have used it, yes. And that's going to be a difficulty because this is considered commercial. You only have a small percentage of lawn area. So I'd say make that lawn your feature. Where you use it, and you make it the feature. And that open space out in front that was labeled open space, the no-mow in here, I'd make that the lawn.
Yeah.
And I'd even put perhaps something in the center of it, by a different kind of paving, or maybe just make the lawn itself the feature, and just go with mulch. I think you can accomplish what you're looking for if there's a touchstone. And I would encourage whatever was the genesis for this design. I would encourage the designer, and it's a shame she's not here. I'm very sorry we ran over, but I would encourage her to to go back and if she hasn't already, and pull up those images, or submit to us with the next iteration. Show us some of the images of not just what she thinks would have been done, perhaps, which is kind of what I'm reading here, even if that's wrong. Do what, and by wrong, I mean my interpretation of what I'm assuming her process was, but show us where she came from. You know, what are the images that are supporting the historic feeling that she's capturing with this landscape, with her proposal, and then explain to us how that all ties in. I think, and to that end, I'm very sorry she's not here, but that's what I'd try to do. I realize you've got a lot of tension with the parking and everything, and I know it's going to be a trading game, this for that.
Yeah.
And while I support what you were saying and everybody else, I also understand the reality. So, you know, whatever happens with the landscaping or with the hardscape here and the sidewalk, I do like what you guys have done. This is to the juxtaposition, though, is a little jarring, sadly, but that's not your fault. It's just what is.
Right.
So, however you're able to proceed forward, looking forward to seeing it. And yeah, no, that's really very interesting. But I think, you know, some of the, I think simplicity, a little bit of simplicity, and some local knowledge. Los Al is a very distinct climate. It's very different even than Santa Ynez, as far as the plant material selections. And they need to familiarize themselves with what's up there, and what will grow there well, and then integrate that all into the water calculations so that everything hangs together. And I think it'll be really successful. So that's my comment. Cass and Puck, you already talked. Robin, do you have any comments?
Great project, nothing to add.
Okay. And Alan. Did we lose you, Alan? There you are.
And lousy internet up here. Yeah, I'm good. I understood the comments and I think they all make sense.
Okay. So you got a wealth of comments there. Nicole, did you have something you had to add? Or anybody else have something to add?
Well, I don't know if you want to get to the action, but I have a question about a couple of the species mentioned, so I spelled them correctly.
Okay, hit me.
Puck had mentioned a shrub that was being used that
And proposed
For the
bay
screening.
laurel.
Yep.
Yeah. What was the name of that? Could you spell it for me?
Certainly. T as in Thomas, H as in Howard, U, J as in Jack, A as in Apple.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And
All
it's
right.
just Thuya emerald green. It's an arborvitae, but don't
Okay,
spell that
thank
one.
you. Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. That's the comments. Let's go back to the action. They are here today for preliminary review. How does the board feel about preliminary action today, or do we want to see them come back?
Can I ask a quick question?
Mr. Kane?
Yes.
Yes, please.
So I'm not that familiar with this process, but we're 2 years into this already, and these buildings are getting destroyed on purpose.
As we speak.
Yes. So if there's anything that any of you can do to speed up this process, we will do anything that you say, any comment that you suggest, like, please.
Get you moved along. All right. Well, let me come back to the board and see where we're at, and then we'll move from there. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Board members.
I would move for preliminary approval.
With
Everything
very,
they've done is, anyway, yes, I would move for preliminary approval.
okay, we're going to assume that you said you made a motion.
Yes, I made a
with
motion, yes.
copious comments. Anybody
second.
else?
This is Robin. I'll second.
I'll second it.
Robin got in before you, Alan.
No problem.
Okay, so any further discussion? I do have something. I understand the applicant's desire to move forward, and since we have the planner here, I can say this as well. A lot of these comments, Adam, are we're gonna hold everybody's feet to the fire. We don't usually do the preliminary with this much outstanding, but given that the majority of it is landscaping, it's well within what we've done in the past. But I think the landscaping and the lighting comments are going to be really, I'm going to be picky. I don't know about everybody else, but I'm going to be pretty picky about it. Go ahead and, but I'm comfortable with doing the preliminary action. Anybody else on the board have any other comments? Any discussion?
No.
Okay. All in favor? Aye.
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 That was all of us. Okay, so Mr. Kane,
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
looking pretty good. I think we have you have copious comments there.
Yes, and I'm serious, like I will do my best to make sure that she does exactly what you want on the landscape. Is this is recorded? Is there a way that I can get access to that and then Dawn can watch this and listen to this herself?
They'll be available. If you contact your planner, Adam,
Yeah,
he can
yeah.
liaise with Jonathan if it's necessary and get you a link.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
I think that's the best.
Bethany?
Thank you.
Yes.
Given that she is from out of the area, I believe we have done this before with some architects. If they are they allowed to send the plan to one of us?
Yes, they could submit the plan and you or I could look at it and provide some feedback prior to the next hearing at which they are going to appear. We
That
would
would be
need a couple
wonderful.
of weeks.
Yeah.
We'll get it done within the next week.
Okay, well, she's not here, so at the risk of making her redo a bunch of stuff with no time, just we'll need to have it in advance of the regular submittal.
I understand.
Okay,
Yeah.
No worries.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you.
Okay. I almost skipped number 3. 22 bar 2, Lap Ferguson addition and garage.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We are at 12:15. We do have 4 more items. I was wondering if the board would like to break for lunch.
I think we'll take everybody okay with like a 15-minute break and then we'll come back with number 3.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
12:30.
12:30. We'll reconvene at 12:30 with item number 3. Jonathan, if whoever's here for item number 3, if you can get them queued up if they come in, and get ready. Whenever you two want to handle that, you can do that. And I think the rest of us are going to go off for a real quick break and we'll be right back.
Okay.
Thank you. Are we all back?
Yes.
Yes.
Here.
Wow. Okay. Jonathan?
Number 3, yes, Brian Lippett. Will you be presenting for this project, sir?
Yes.
All right. You can now share your screen.
Okay.
And just to keep us all on track, this is item number 3, 22 bar, 2 Lap Ferguson addition and garage. And I think there were minutes from the February hearing. Nicole, you want to read those for me?
Yeah, 1 second. Let me pull them up. Okay. So minutes from February. The composition of the project is well done and seems intentional with good architectural forms. The project is an improvement from what currently exists on site. Please consider how you might mitigate for sun and light spill. There is a concern about the large amount of glazing and the possibility of a lantern effect at night. Applicant to work with the planner to confirm whether or not there are public views of the site. Work with the planner to prioritize preservation of oaks and evaluate impacts with an arborist report as necessary. And lastly, demonstrate on the plans that the project conforms to the hillside ridgeline height requirements.
Okay.
Thank you all for welcoming us back. I'm Brian Libet. I'm the architect. I'm here with my business partner, Michael McDonald, who's also an architect on the project. Just reiterating the 7 comments that they just went through, and then we could quickly go over our some responses in red, and then we'll flip through the presentation, which addresses the red responses. So the plan to mitigate sun and light spill. So the addition is just a bedroom area. We don't plan to light this up like a surgical center or anything. So there'll be minimal in-ceiling recessed lighting, and we'll show some specs on the cans that are adjustable and can be aimed just directly down and not towards any windows or anything like that. And we're also, the homeowner tends to install shades to limit the solar heat gain within the project, as well as light spilling out of the windows. And that is also kind of the same response for comment number 4. Main thing we'll go through here is comment number 5. We went around the valley and took a bunch of photos to address views of the site throughout the valley and on all the adjacent streets. And we forwarded a labeled tree plan to the planner. And we also updated the elevations to show the conformance to the hillside ridgeline urban height requirements. So we provided in a package a while ago all these various views, and this is a key plan throughout the valley and the adjacent streets. And you could see, so that the property, the subject property is actually located behind this hill, so it wouldn't be noticed from Alamo Pintado and Highway 246. And this is kind of similar down the street here on Old Mission Road. It's behind this hill here. Another one from the shopping center at Alamo Pintado and 246. And here we're in the parking lot of the Rite Aid and the grocery store. Just looking, the property is located behind this ridge. More from the adjacent area showing the property. And then these are some coming from the other side, and obviously because of the vegetation and the hillside, you can't see the property either. And this is actually on Hill Haven, which is, so if you're coming
Could you
up,
go back one to number
Yes.
6? You're looking down the, okay, I see what you're saying.
we're coming down 246 here, and then we turned off on Hill Haven.
Yeah, I know where this is.
Yeah.
I'm very familiar with this particular stretch of road. I don't think it is still tucked behind the trees there, but I think you're off a little bit to the right. But that's all right. Keep going.
And we're just driving up Hill Haven here. The street, and then it kind of becomes more of a private road. The house is located behind this kind of mound hillside here. And this is where it's this private road, which actually becomes the municipal water tank too. So we're on the other side of this water tank right here when we're on Hill Haven, but here it's almost like a private road as well too. And now we're up from the south looking back towards the property here, and that's kind of our last view is on the other side from the south looking up, which it's really hard to see anything from here. And we talked a little bit about the light fixtures in the bedroom, and so we're trying to do these slope ceiling adjustable light fixtures, so we make sure that the light is aimed downward. Plus it's only a bedroom, so it's only going to have about 4 recessed cans in it. And just to review where we're located again, so we talked about Hill Haven. So we're right kind of off at the border of City of Solvang off of 246. High Meadow Road is basically the last road before you head into the City of Solvang. And the house is on, the property is 2 parcels, but the house only occupies one of them. The driveway takes up the other parcel. And the current property is a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, is built in 1963. It has a 21-foot, 9-inch building height. It's 2 1-acre lots, and it's wood frame construction with stucco and painted exterior siding. And the roof right now is built up asphalt and asphalt shakes. So this is just to refresh everyone's memory. This is a view of the existing structure that's there now. And we're just doing an addition of a master bedrooms, a primary bedroom suite, right here where it's in this kind of flat area. And then just doing a little enclosing this area right here off of just this little overhang off of this patio here. This is the view from the bottom of the driveway at the top of High Meadow, looking back up to the house. So that addition again is going to be in this flat area of the property up here. Reviewing the site plan here. So this is that 525 square foot primary bedroom addition, and then this little bit of enclosed patio. And then we're also doing a new 400 square foot detached garage. The new property is, the revised property is going to be a 2-bedroom, 3.5 bath. So it's just like a small addition. And also take care of these deferred maintenance where the roof framing has to be replaced and the roofing has to be replaced, and the siding as well. We identified the oak trees and all the other trees on the property, the other types of trees on the property, and forwarded this to the planner, to Adam, a couple months ago to identify. And just rehashing again, this has been provided, the floor plan of the this being that new primary bedroom suite and that little portion of enclosed patio there, and the new garage structure. And then the new roof that we're proposing is simplifying the roof to just be these 2 shed roofs of standing seam metal roof, and keeping the existing kind of stone cement chimney that you saw in the photos. And these are the updated elevations. The one that were provided in the package are spaced out more on drawings, but this is just so we can get them in the presentation. We showed the 25-foot height limit and how we're below that with the new roof line for this structure too. And just rehashing the materials, the smooth stucco on the outside of a natural gray finish, and a standing seam metal roof with the charcoal finish, the existing cement and stone chimney, the black fiberglass windows and patio doors and then the composite wood decking and the concrete landscape stairs. In the last meeting too, we also showed some of the two exterior lights, just this wall sconce and a landscape pathway light too. And that's pretty much our revised presentation and the comments, revised comments.
Okay. Do we have any questions from the board? And I'd like to state that this whole presentation is a part of Box. No questions from the board. All right. Jonathan, do we have any public comment?
Let's see here. If you'd like to make a public comment on this item, please raise your hand. Seeing nobody raise their hand for public comment.
Okay. Board members, comments?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Cass, thank you.
I hate to always go first, you know. But I would like to commend the applicant. I think it's a very nice project. I think it's modest, and it really brings an older home, you know, up and in a really nice way. So I think it's very, very nice. And my only one little tiny comment is that perhaps the light fixtures should be on the inside. Maybe they need to be fixed, not adjustable, so that we don't end up with accidentally having lights adjusted, you know, later on and become any kind of problem. But that's all I have to say. I just think it's a really nice project, and thank you for a good presentation and good work.
Okay.
Thank you.
Puck? Puck?
Sorry, I thought I had unmuted myself. I really have no comments other than I feel they responded to our previous comments, and I believe it's going to be a handsome addition to this community.
Okay. Robin?
A nice project and no further comments.
Alan?
I agree with all of you. I think it's a good project.
Okay. I don't have anything to add either. Adam, you had nothing to add?
Hi, Madam Chair. No further comments to add. Thank you.
Okay, and you concur on the visibility? It was very thoughtfully and well done, but you've gone out and looked yourself, I'm assuming?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. All right, they are here for preliminary final. Would somebody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion for preliminary final.
Thank you, Alan. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Cass.
can there be any kind of a little comment about the lighting thing that I had suggested, or how can that be?
I think you can put that, you can ask Puck to amend her motion to contain your either as a requirement or a consideration, and then the planner can follow up on it.
Can we address one thing about why we chose those lights? Sorry.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify. So the lights themselves, they do get fixed in place. Because the angle of the roof is something like 11.5%, you can't find a fixture that is angled to that. So the type of fixtures you purchase are adjustable so that we can, in the field, make sure that when they get installed in a 90-degree down to the floor. But the owner themselves won't be able to adjust them without specialty tools.
Okay. Is that sufficient, Cass, or?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying with the sloped roof. I just am hoping that we don't. You mentioned that they would have blinds and etc. But just to be sure that there isn't lights, that you don't get that lantern effect, which I think is important.
Understood and agreed.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so Puck's motion stands as is.
Yes.
Okay, we have a second. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? All right, let's move to item number 4. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item
Have a
number
great
4,
weekend.
21 Bar, 237 Lux Guest House.
Hello there.
Hello.
Mr. Tony Cano, will you be
Are you able
presenting?
to hear me?
Yes, we can, Tony. We can hear you fine.
I just need to ability to share my screen.
Yes.
I have just given you the rights to share your screen now, sir. You can go ahead.
Thanks, Jonathan.
No problem.
Okay, and do we have previous comments? Because they're not in my agenda.
I see some in my agenda.
Yeah, apparently that's not the one I've got.
Okay, it says, if colors and materials are to match existing, please include notations on the plans to indicate as such. Return for prelim final approval.
Well, that was succinct. All right, Tony, take it away.
Well, I'll tell you what, of all the things that I did add, I'm relying on these photos here as to match existing, so I don't have specific language that says to match existing, unfortunately. Obviously it should be on this page, but I overlooked that, and our planner had to mention that to me, but this had already been submitted. So I believe this is part of the box submittal.
Okay.
So our intention is fully to match the finishes of the existing main house. Hopefully that will suffice with the board, but these are the finishes, and I think we talked about this in the first presentation. Even mimicking the stucco or plaster pattern here, as well as the color of the beams, overhangs, and soffits.
Okay.
Just going through, showing some of the infrastructure, electrical. Kind of zip through this. The septic system has been designed and submitted to EHS for final review and approval. Our lighting detail here, shielded, obviously, and keep it below the 27K, I think it is, Kelvin degrees. Electrical infrastructure, our detailing, lighting plan. I think we've got a few lanterns here on the exterior of the building at the corners for the guest patio and for the entryway. I think it was Cass that has suggested that maybe we look at widening the entry, which we've done. It was previously 6 feet. We've increased that to 7 to give it some more relative scale to height width ratio. So that was completed. There isn't a great deal of landscaping to be done. I'll go back to my original site plan here. There was a beautiful olive tree that was relocated. You can see if I zoom in here, our patio is going to take up that space. So the owners have elected to transplant this gorgeous olive tree here to the island, this wraparound island. There is another structure on site which will be converted as an office, at home office space to a cabana to allow for this future pool, which theoretically isn't part of this submittal. And let's see, lighting, infrastructure. I think I'm only repeating myself here now. Our fireplace details, will be using a prefab firebox for the fireplace there in the living space. Transitioning to a metal flues.
Do you have a drawing for the, besides the plan view of that conversion?
Conversion?
Yeah, the cabana that's going to the home office.
I don't. That was not made part of this box
Okay.
plan. So
It's not actually on the agenda either.
okay. It was followed up with Tina Mitchell, our planner. And so
Mhm.
that's in the works as well as a separate submittal to her.
Okay.
All right. Fireplaces, Title 24.
So basically you have everything except for that screwy little note.
That's, yeah, I'm so sorry. Just overlooked that
Because
altogether.
if we were meeting previously when we met in person and we had paper plans, all we'd do is scribble on it. We'd
Shall I-
have you write in red on it and then we'd say, okay, done.
Okay, can I do that now?
Well, I would love to be able to do it to the one in box. And so this is a follow-up question for David Villalobos, actually. About how we could do that. But I think for today, I think what we do, Tony, is we take the preliminary action and
Uh-huh.
ask you to just resubmit these drawings with that note on it.
As I type it now?
As you're typing it.
Yes.
And then it'd be final on consent. And basically all we would really do is you wouldn't probably even have to be here, because all I would do is open up the drawings as the chair and flip through them rapidly and just make sure the note was there, and then we'd go, done.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, Bethany, excuse me, Brett Jones
Yeah.
here.
Yep.
Is there an opportunity to have Tina put the note in box so that we could get final today and not have to wait a month?
Yeah. Nicole, can you speak? Do you have any?
I think that if you could approve prelim final with direction to the planner to
Okay,
ensure
that was my other.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I was getting there, Brett, but thanks for jogging my arm.
Yeah, thanks, Brett.
That's fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. We could make it a condition of the motion. Anybody want to make the motion? Or is there any, or, well, I guess I should call for public comment first. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Do we have any questions? Anybody have any questions on the board? And then we'll do public comment.
Yeah, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Does this get us around the legal responsibility of not talking or voting on anything that wasn't put in the box previously?
Yeah, because it becomes direction to the planner to check it. And it's the only thing that is, it's just a piece of text.
Okay.
It's a condition, it's a condition of the motion.
At the risk of being rude, I'd like to hear a staff member tell me that.
Okay.
So this is Nicole. I guess what I'd say is we are not approving these plans that he's showing us right now. We're approving the plans that are in the box. So it's not new information that we're seeing today. What's going to happen is that the applicant's going to comply with the condition of the motion, which is to show the note to the planner prior to issuance of their permits. What is it, a land use permit? Prior to issuance of their land use permit. And so I think it's acceptable for that reason.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Jonathan, do we have any public comment?
If you'd like to make a public comment on this item, please raise your hand. See nobody for public comment, Madam Chair.
Okay, I would like to make a motion for preliminary and final approval with the condition that the plans be submitted with the following note: all colors and materials to match existing main residence. Added to the elevations and to the pictures, the page with the pictures that are showing said materials and colors. So 2 places in the plan set. Could I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Puck. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
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 Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay. But that's good. Have a great day.
All right, take care. Thanks again.
Item number 5 was dropped from the agenda. Item number 6, 22 bar 19 Roundup Road entrance gate and sign. Do we have someone here to present?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I am recused from this item, but I know that we have to pick up our minutes discussion after this.
No, that's item 7. This is item 6.
Oh,
Unless you have another recusal.
no, I am here for this one. I guess I was wishful thinking.
Sorry. And yes,
Okay,
you do have
no,
to come back.
I'm
for the
still here.
minute.
I'll wait till after that. Yes, indeed.
Bethany?
Yeah.
I just want to go on the record. I did some work for the applicant, some landscape renovation on another property he owns about 3 years ago, and have not had any contact with the applicant since the completion of that project.
Well, and you and I know that it's a 1 year, 12 months is your magic number.
Yeah.
So
I just wanted to state that for the public.
got it.
Okay.
All right. Do we have a somebody here to present for this project?
Yes, Madam Chair, this is Elsa Reeder with CSA Architects. I'm here to present this project today.
Okay. Jonathan, you want to set her up with sharing it, her screen?
Yes, she just has, I just upgraded her to co-host.
Perfect. And Elsa, you need to, Ms. Reeder, you will need to only show us the plan set that was submitted in box.
Okay.
So.
Can you see my screen?
We can.
Okay, so I will put this back to the site plan on the cover sheet here so you can see the larger parcel. And then I will zoom in a little bit here. This is a project, is an entry gate.
You might want to extend it to the full screen.
Okay.
And then we're not looking at your background.
Is that better?
There you go. So then we're not looking at the rest of your stuff.
Sure. This is Brinkerhoff Avenue coming here, and then the entry gate to this property is about where these arrows are. So it occurs right here is the entry gate set just back from Brinkerhoff Avenue. And this gate does exist. It's currently already constructed. It's an ag zoned property, and the property owner.
Is this one blue?
It has a blue roof, yes.
Yes. Okay. I know where it is. Everybody know where this is?
I'm not sure.
Okay. We need a slightly better vicinity map.
Sure.
Why don't you show it on the vicinity map you got down in the corner there? Yeah.
So you can see Roblar is here.
Mm-hmm.
And this is Brinkerhoff that comes off of Roblar, Roundup Road, Long Valley Road down this way. So the project site sits along Brinkerhoff and is actually the access point to quite a few contiguous parcels that the property owner owns, approximately 800 acres.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Reeder.
You're welcome. So the entry gate to this property is located at the access road that was developed as a part of the tract map, the parcel map, to provide access to some of those contiguous parcels that do occur back behind. And so this gate is at the road that serves 4 parcels, I believe. And so this road will be used by the property owner to run cattle on. It's an ag zoned property. And so that's the historical use of the property, and he intends to continue that use. So this gate was designed and constructed with hay trucks and double-decker cattle trucks in mind for the ag use of this property. So the reason why we're here in front of you today is because this property is also considered hillside ridgeline. And so the condition of approval on the tract map and the hillside ridgeline conditions on the property would dictate that we come to SBAR for discretionary review. The gate is approximately 21 feet high at the cross member. And that is, again, related to being able to bring hay trucks and cattle trucks into the ag zone property. I'm not sure what other information that I can give you that I can help with now, but I'm certainly available for questions. The surrounding garden walls are a stucco. The color and material palette is designed and has been made to match the design and the colors and materials of the nostalgic Roundup Ranch, which uses tasteful and unique aesthetics with a purist and traditional approach. That's a continuance of the property that the owner owns. And so that's just made to match other structures that this ranch contains.
Okay.
So
basically you're here because the gate it's already built, but it needs the permit kind of retroactively. Is that right? Am I getting this right?
you are. And so then because of the way that the property is zoned with the ag zoning, we should be able to have a gate post of a certain height without needing a land use permit. But because we're over that 18-foot height, we need to come get discretionary review to get permission to have that gate at that height. And so that's what we're here asking for today.
Okay. Any other questions? I'm assuming that's your presentation.
That is my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Any other questions, Ms. Reeder? Okay, do we have any public comment? I see one raised hand. Two raised hands.
Okay, Rick Weber.
Okay, and Mr. Weber, before you go ahead with your comments, let me just give you a little background. I don't know if you've been before us before, but this board deals with aesthetics. And I know this is kind of weird for this project, but we don't take into account, traffic studies or a lot of land use kind of issues that are more to do with the zoning administrator or planning commission. But we definitely do take into account aesthetics and neighborhood compatibility and those kinds of things. It's your 3 minutes, but if you address your comments to our purview, it's always helpful. So take it away, Mr. Weber.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Should there have been an application filed with the bar before it was built?
Why don't you go ahead and put your issues out there, and if appropriate, we will go ahead and backtrack.
Okay, so let me go through things, and then my wife or a neighbor may have some comments as well. So first of all, the white stone there, it had been brown before, and we would much prefer a more muted color than the white. The white stands out. As far as other buildings or structures, the other gentleman's or this property owner's properties are probably 1.5 miles away from where this gate is. This gate's intended for, I think they've said, 4 parcels that go up this hill, comprising 55 acres. There's no structures there. So as far as compatibility, there's nothing to be compatible with. So the white wall, we would love it to be more muted. It was brown before, that'd be great. The tile on the top, which you can't see, is a very bright blue that reflects significantly in the sunlight. It's almost, we live right across the street, and when the sun hits it at a certain spot, you can see maybe in that top picture there, that light reflects back into our eyes. And we would love to see that tile be non-reflective, first of all, and be more of a muted color than a light blue. This isn't next to the ocean. This is part of the, the rural part of Santa Ynez, and so a more muted, a brown or a beige of some nature. And then lastly, I appreciate all the time you have. If we could please take down the no outlet sign. There's a large yellow no outlet sign. The gate is locked. I don't think there's much traffic, if any, and it would just make it a more residential neighborhood versus a more than a commercial to see a sign out there that says no outlet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Susan Weber.
Hi there. Hi.
Hi.
I just want to clarify and be a little more specific about the entrance. So when the entrance was first built, it's rather large, but it's fine. People are allowed to do what they do as long as it's within the SBAR's, criteria. And my husband's a little off. The walls were like a gray, and then the top roof was sort of just metal, like oil pipe, brownish, whatever. And it blended in really nicely. It was fine. And then all of a sudden, one day, the walls got painted, and this very reflective glass tile, blue glass tile, went up on the roof. And not only is it reflective, but because we have marine layers here sometimes, so when there's condensation, it's now reflective and it's sparkly because it's got water reflecting off the sun, and the sun is on it much of the day. So it's, and it's right across the street, and we have our, you may not remember or not remember our project, but we're on the hill across the street. So it's a little disconcerting. If you guys approve it, then we live with it, obviously, but I simply just wanted to make our concerns known.
Absolutely, and thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. All right, coming back to the board. Before we start board deliberations, I'm sure we've all looked at it, but Ben Singer has submitted a memo, and his comments were: the gate is subject to hillside and ridgeline guidelines because of a condition applied to the tract map that created the parcel. These guides require a maximum height of 16 feet, among other requirements. Please comment on the design of the structure and if your board may be able to exempt the height in the interest of good design. So, with that said, would anybody like to comment? I'll start if nobody else will. All right. I'm just going to say that I have been driven along Brinkerhoff consistently for the last several months, well, almost year. And so I've had a chance to see this in innumerable conditions since it occurred. And I will say that I think I probably noticed it immediately. The blue is very reflective. The blue tile is very reflective and quite intense. And I'm curious about everybody else's comments on what they'd like to see, but it doesn't seem to be in keeping with anything else. There are no other structures there. And I was quite nonplussed about the blue. And it doesn't fit good design for me as far as the exemption standards. Robin, you want to go next?
Sure. Well, I live on a ranch, so I don't have an issue with the height, and I can see the 16 feet would be necessary. But I do have concerns about the colors. I would not have voted for these colors. That's it for me.
Okay. Pucker Cass?
I'll go next.
Okay.
I guess I'm not clear about the height, that it's the height. I thought I heard 21 feet.
That's I mean, if
the width, no, it's not.
No, zoom in just a little. Thank you, Elsa. You can see the approximate height from the bottom to the top of the tile is just over 21 feet. But there's they're maintaining their clearance of 14 feet under the V between the
it's the V, right? It's the V, that's right. So yeah, you need 14 feet of clearance for hay trucks, but I'm just wondering, because it does seem, having driven by it, that it's the reflectivity of the blue. I think if it was in shadow or was matte, it would feel really differently than in terms of granting an exemption. I'm just wondering if there's any kind of like epoxy tinted wash that you could put over the tile
They
to,
look like they're ceramic, Puck.
right. Well, that's what I'm talking about, epoxy,
Yeah.
like something that's compatible with ceramic tile that you could just put a tint on it to get rid of that really high reflectivity. And then I know in the pictures, I don't see any landscaping. And if this had just come before our board, if I'm just looking at a gate like this, no matter what it really looked like, I would assume in that area that, given the scale of it, that I would be asking for trees around it. Where it's located on Brinkerhoff with all the other oaks and things, it just feels like it would fit in better if there were some trees around it, because there are lots of oaks along Brinkerhoff, and it just would fit more into the context of that road. So those are my comments.
Cass?
Yes, okay. I agree. I think that the colors are that was my initial gut reaction when I saw it. I think that the white should be muted down. I don't think that the roof is appropriate. Perhaps if it had been a terracotta, it might have worked a little better, but the blue doesn't seem to work and the glaze doesn't seem to work. And it's unfortunate that because it's the size of the sign and then the roof on the top that contribute to this overall height. So yeah, it's unfortunate that we weren't allowed to look at this before, because we could have helped out with that. Both of those things could have been reduced in size and the whole thing could have been brought down. But maybe as a mitigation, perhaps as Puck suggests, maybe there's some kind of a application to that blue that could be done to make it be more a more natural, a earth tone color. And maybe that would help to mitigate the overall height and make it recede more and just kind of come down a bit. Are the columns white also? I can't remember. The posts?
No.
Oh, they're dark. Okay. So those are okay. And then just, just make the whole thing, tone it down. And for sure, the no outlet sign, I think, would be helpful to remove. So, yeah, there may be ways to make this better.
Okay, Alan?
I agree. I don't really have anything there. The color of the tile is concerning to me. The color of the fence itself is not, but I tend to agree with the comments I've heard.
Well, and I'll come back around and say that if we were looking at this as a drawing, Elsa, could you put it back on the drawing? Yes. What we probably would have suggested was placing the RVR on one of the walls and lowering the gate down to where you had your 14-foot clearance or a shade above it, 14 and a half. And like a mission tile that was just terracotta. And then in that combination, I might have been persuaded with the mission tile and the white, or even an off-white, because those do stylistically go together. I mean, that's the direction we would have taken. I can certainly I would have been, that would have been one of the things I would have suggested, and we wouldn't have wound up with something that stuck up as high as it is, because there's with that much disparity, there's not really any way I think that we could say that the BAR would be interested in making an exemption in the interests of good design.
Bethany?
Yeah.
This is Nicole. I'm sure you already know this, but it sounds like this was constructed without the benefit of
Yes,
permit.
I understand.
So I think you do have within your authority the ability to request changes to it.
Oh, yeah.
In order to grant that, but I also recognize that it's something that's already there. So
sure.
Yeah.
And we deal with this quite often, actually. I mean, it's even I won't say well known. And I'm not casting any aspersions on anyone, truly. I've been involved in projects where it was a case of build it first and ask later for permission. Or even in projects where something got built, not realizing that it needed permission. So, but that's very much kind of where we're at, is that now we're retroactively looking at it. And my comment was solely based on what I would have likely said had this come to us if I'd been reviewing it in an unbuilt condition. So I think there are some things that could be done. And this is for Ms. Reeder. I think the comments are along the lines of that the tile needs to somehow either be replaced or otherwise treated in a fashion that eliminates that reflectivity and gives it more of a matte feel. And really what we'd like to see is something that's more in an earth tone, like a brown or something that's in keeping with the wood, or even perhaps a terracotta type of a thing. We'd like to see the no outlet sign removed, and perhaps the toning down of the white stucco. I don't think that I haven't heard anybody say you need to lower it. So I would assume that the consensus is that the height of it as it is, we could work towards making the exemption, but that those other requirements would have to be made. Do you have any comments to that, Ms. Reeder?
I would just reiterate that the color and materials palette as presented was drawn from the color and materials of the site used as the main house for this parcel. So this is a service entry gate, and it's in keeping of the brand, the RVR brand. So I'll talk to the applicant, the agent for the owner, Mitch Williams, about trying to tone down the colors, but that's where that originally come from, just so you understand that matches the Roundup Valley Ranch down the way. And then as far as that no outlet sign goes, unfortunately, I do believe that's the product of the fire department and the fact that that's an access road. We can try to take it out, but I'm not sure that's our discretion.
Could we perhaps do something where it is not mounted right out in front of the road? Maybe it's somehow incorporated in a more tasteful fashion where it's still visible and obvious, but isn't, maybe perhaps is mounted somewhere on the gate.
Sure, we can certainly look
structure.
into it. Definitely study that.
And two, please, and this is to the planner as well, if they could verify the conditional requirement for that sign. And then if we can figure out a way, because I've seen them done on ranches and these private roads before, where it's done, it's cut into wood and has raised letters, and so it's not bright yellow. It doesn't look like an urban sign, It looks like a rural. So I think there are probably some ways to accommodate it if it is a requirement. So I think those are our comments. And
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Excuse me for jumping in, but
no worries.
I would like to have it be very clear that if they want whatever it is that they would like to propose to mitigate this based on some of our suggestions here, that we we need to review this again to be sure that what they're suggesting to do, it would actually be acceptable, because I am concerned about the fact that this is a shiny, a glazed tile, and that whatever, they probably, if they have a piece of the tile from when it was installed that they could use as a sample to experiment with to see what they might be able to achieve. I think it would be really important for us to see that as opposed to just telling them, that paint it and it'll be good. We need to, see the actual proposed resolution. And also just to remind that I think that was it Puck or maybe it was Bethany that said about, landscape, that, these white walls, although I would like to see them be more of a potato skin or something like that. If there was some landscaping, trees or something around it, I think that could go a long way to just, soften it and make it more beautiful.
Bethany?
Okay. Yeah.
I just wanted to say, in this area and out on Roblar and Calzada and stuff, there are lots of eclectic fences, but I think if he wants to incorporate blue tile, that if the top was treated somehow, and I think the idea of showing us a sample is excellent. I mean, you could do some blue tile on the columns where, because of the angle, it wouldn't be so reflective. I mean, there's some fairly bright pink columns out on Calzada that, it's not exactly my cup of tea, but I've driven by them for years, and and everybody kind of knows them, and it's kind of okay, but they are absolutely matte and feel very like old. And I just don't get the feeling. And I think there has been a lot of development out there from, new projects using very modern materials to this kind of tile. I mean, reflectivity is a big deal. And I've noticed on projects that we've approved that we perhaps underestimated the amount of reflectivity that they could bring. So I appreciate that, even though in the context of buildings out there, this roof is really quite small, it's still, reflectivity does matter. So I think if we could diminish that with landscaping and treatment, but again, I do think it, to satisfy the public worries, it needs to come back with the solutions.
Well, they're only agendized for conceptual.
Okay.
So this is an item that will come back to us. But I think Cass's comments are very prescient that well, let me just try and go through the summary first. So absolutely non-reflective. It needs to be matte. The tile needs to be matte. That's the first thing. As far as color, it would be better if it would be great if the color was something that was very earth toned, along the lines of in the browns, and that the white was perhaps on the walls, the stucco walls, if that was more it wasn't quite so blindingly true white. The no outlet sign needs to be integrated in a more tasteful fashion so that it doesn't look like an urban cul-de-sac, and reads more in the ranch vernacular. And that could be something that is applied to the wall, or is something, but is not just a yellow metal road sign, typical kind of a city sign. Then as far as these changes for the colors, when you return, what we want to see is a sample that actually accomplishes what you're saying it's going to accomplish, whatever that is. So that, and it was a very, very good suggestion of Cass's, that you actually take some of the actual tile and do some experimentation on it, and see if that's something that'll work. And if you really just absolutely need to put something of the blue, incorporating it into one of the pillars on one of the sides, to fit with that branding. I think there's small opportunities for the branding, but I think you should still avoid something that's reflective, because I don't believe we'd be very supportive of it. So something that's perhaps not completely non-reflective, but something that's much more of a matte, even on the column. Just to follow up on that suggestion. And then lastly, that some sort of landscaping. We'd like to see some sort of landscaping, even if it's only, I mean, we're not talking a whole garden layout, but something that has some proportionality to the actual structure itself, something like an oak tree, which has quite a bit of structure and height. So those, I think, are our comments, and that's a lot of options. Hopefully. Yes, Cass.
I just wanted to throw in that there are a couple other ideas. There's the caps on those pilasters for the wall. There's those caps. Those could be some kind of a blue element potentially. And there's the gate itself, the metal gate. If they wanted to pick out a very, a recessive, not a bright blue, but some kind of a dark gray blue or something, that might be a possibility there too.
Well, I think those are all things that the architect can take a look at.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw those out. It's just different other ideas, and that's all. I'll stay quiet now.
Okay, so but that's the basic. That's the gist of it. Is that sufficient, Elsa, to kind of give you some direction?
Absolutely. Thank you, everybody, for your comments.
Okay, and Nicole, this is a comment for the planner. In the memo, it says these guidelines require maximum height of 16 feet among other requirements. Could he please just elucidate on that just a little bit?
Bethany, if you can hear me,
I didn't realize you were here, Ben. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I've been quiet. I've been just absorbing your comments. On that one, I didn't include other other requirements just because they didn't really apply to this gate.
Okay.
I didn't want to have a list of things that weren't applicable to this one.
Perfect.
And if you want in the future, I'm happy to put other
No, not necessarily.
But
it was just it's a maximum height, and it kind of sort of I was mistakenly inferring that there was something else that applied to this particular structure.
Understood. I can absolutely make it clearer next time.
No worries.
I also have a couple of quick comments or questions that I'd like to pose. One is, it sounds like for the exemption on the height, the board is leaning towards it as long as the colors are less reflective and kind of match, but the height itself may be allowable given everything else. Is that correct?
I think that, and with the stipulation that really the only reason is because it's built. I think we probably wouldn't have gone quite so far as 21 feet. But yes, I would say that only if the colors can kind of come in line will we be comfortable making this, because I think that's what brings it to good design.
Understood. And then and this can happen at the next time this is heard as well, the sign, the RVR, is part of this as well. So if there are any comments about that, those would be appreciated as well.
Okay. Well, I mean, I made some comments about what I would have. I mean, if I was looking at this and knowing that an exemption would have had to have been required for this height, I think what my strong suggestion, and I would have been pretty rigid about it, is that the RVR, I would have suggested placing it on the gates or on the wall somewhere, or in another fashion, so that, I mean, it's beautiful the way it is, but it wouldn't have been, I wouldn't have been comfortable with it. I mean, there are other solutions that work.
Yeah, that's not a comment on this project though, is it?
Well, Ben asked, I mean, about the
I guess, are you asking them to change it, or?
No.
Okay.
So Bethany, if I may, what I'm hearing is that design of the sign itself, the 3 letters, the design of that is nice. Placement may have been preferred otherwise, but you're not putting that as a comment.
No, I'm not. Anybody else have any comment on the signage?
Well, what I'm saying is, since we're looking at this retroactively, it's all on the table right now. Until we see what, we've given them comments, we have concerns. We wouldn't have done it this way if we had gone through the normal process. But here we are, and we're trying to see if we can find a way to make suggestions to them that might be acceptable. But it's really on them to come back with some of these ideas to present to us to see whether or not they would be accepted or not. But I don't think anything is approved. At least the way that I'm seeing it, we're not saying, yeah, everything's okay, and if you do this, this, and this, then it's fine. I think we have to wait until we see what they come back with and to see whether or not that will be acceptable, or whether we're going to say, no, it doesn't work. We're going to have to do something else. Or, you know, send it back for further work. That's all.
I think, Ben, to your question, your specific question, if you could please in your memo, if you could please include specifically the signage as part of this approval, both the RVR and the no outlet.
Understood. Can do.
Okay. Okay. And any other comments? Okay, I'm not hearing any. I think that's a lot of information and a lot of options there. And so we look forward to seeing it return.
Bethany, can I make a comment? And I'm really sorry.
No worries.
If that no outlet sign is indeed required by the fire department, it may be that it is not a part of the proposed project, because those types of signs do not require a permit under the sign ordinance. So we may not have any authority over it, but I'll let Ben look into that.
Yes, and I would say, even if we don't have any authority to look into it, I would, or make a requirement on it. I think if, as long as it's allowable for the fire department, I would say that you know, however much we can do that eliminates the fact that it's exceptionally urban.
Right. Got it. Thanks.
No worries. But as my dad used to say, we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. Okay. So item number 7, 22 bar 21, both Puck and Cass are going to sit this one out. They have conflicts, and but they will be returning for the minutes as soon as we get this one done.
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Match your new residents. Do we have somebody here to make this presentation?
Yes, I'm the architect.
Okay, I'll make you co-host now so you can share.
Sawasi. Yep.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, and I think we have comments from last time, Nicole.
Okay, let me find those.
They were very succinct.
It's
in
all right,
March.
2 more comments. This is a unique project. Appreciate the green roof design. The entrance seems to take away from the elegant design of the project. Return for preliminary approval.
I think we changed that to the entrance of the residence.
Okay.
So we made it clear which entrance we were speaking. Okay. So Mr. Sawasi.
All righty, thank you. Let me get it up here and. All right, can everyone see the color board?
Yes.
All righty. So in walking the site, we pulled out these stones that are prevalent throughout the property, at least where the building site is. And we based our palette on these. Exterior lighting, they're all dark sky friendly. They all shine down. They're very subtle light sconces. They're all incandescent bulbs, and they'll be in the 2,700 to 3,000 K range. We're proposing a vegetated roof, and this demonstrates and shows the example of one, what it could look like, and two, the construction process to make a roof deck successful. Many are tried, and because of lack of planning, they can't get the root structure. This one, we're looking at a vegetated roof of 12 inches thick. Examples of the doors and windows. The two photographs on the left are examples of what the finished product could look like and will look like. The brochure in the center, we're looking at Western window systems for all the doors and windows in the project. Well, going over to the right, we're looking at bifold doors and possibly sliding doors. And then we have the sills. We're looking at flush sills in some areas so that we have a true indoor-outdoor experience. And the intent is to really open up the house to let the breeze come through and the fragrances of the fields come through as well. And again, make it a true California experience. Moving into the drawings of what we're presented. Here's an overall site plan. We have Live Oak Road, which would be the main road. That we have a driveway that will come up to the building pad, and we are on a ridge line, and we do have a 16-foot height limitation in that area. And it went closer as we come up to the house. We have our fire truck turning area right through here. The residents go off to the right, and there's garages underneath the house. We also have a cart path that will continue up to the barn, and then a cart path that will continue down into the pasture in the meadow to the right. Floor plan of the house, it runs on a north-south axis, and it's a formal entrance where we have a gallery that runs north and south throughout the entire house. We have living space off to the west side. We have a dining lounge, a living room area, kitchen, breakfast room, and family room. And these numbers represent the various floor heights. So in order to achieve stay within the height limitations, we've had to step the house in two particular areas. And at this point, we have an 18-inch grade difference that you'll step up, continue on through the gallery space, 18-inch high step up to take us the rest of the way. To the east side, we have the bedroom areas. We have 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedrooms, and these are constructed out of shipping containers, and they'll be plugged into the house. Then we have the master area, which will be more conventionally built as the rest of the house. And then adjacent to that, we have a home office, which will also be 2 shipping containers. In addition, we're proposing a guest house by the pool, which will be 2 shipping containers as well. And then just off the picture here, and let me just back up, we have the barn, and this will be 4 shipping containers with a roof overhead. On the elevation wise, we have the south elevation, which is your entry. And I know there was some discussion about studying that entrance to make it more prominent. The challenge we have is because we're on the site, we're walking up to the house. Well, actually, we can go back here, sorry. We have steps in order to get up to the elevation of the house. So we're already walking up to it, which is going to accentuate the verticality of a high entrance. So to combat that, we've actually lowered the entrance to create a more intimate approach within, but again, it doesn't exaggerate that height as you walk up to it and approach the house. Here is the west elevation, which is the living area. Here's our entry porch, the breakfast room, and our family room located in this area. And we've located a stair in the back portion of the house to get up to the vegetated roof so that the roof can be maintained and worked on. The north elevation, which faces the pool, you can see the shipping container or home office off to the left. And then we have the master suite, we have the primary suite. We have the stair going up to the roof, which is tucked in. And then we have the family room, the breakfast room, and then the living room. And you can see how the elevations work through that. On the bottom, we have the east elevation. This is where you drive around, and we have 3 shipping containers embedded underneath the house for a 3-car garage. And then we have the 1 bedroom with 2 containers here, another bedroom with 2 containers, and then a 3rd bedroom with 2 containers located at this point. And then over here again, you can see the home office. Let's go here. This is the roof plan. You can see the diagonal lines. That actually shows the vegetated roof areas. The area out that surrounds it, which is 4 feet 4 inches, is the roof overhang. So we've created a 4-foot 4-inch roof overhang around the entire house. And we are only planting the vegetated roof over the habitable area. The main purpose for this roof is to provide insulation to the home. And then I think one of the other benefits is that if there might be one house that looks down on this house, which is to the north of us, and they would actually be looking down onto a vegetated roof as opposed to a shingled roof or a flat built up roof. The sections through the house, you can see here's the living room space with the fireplace, and you walk up to the dining area. This is our gallery hall. Then we have a bedroom located here, again with the garage slipped underneath. This is a section further through the breakfast room area and the kitchen, and it just continues on through there, and you can see the roof areas. And these elevations indicate where we are from the natural grade. So everything is below the 16 feet. Another elevation in longitudinal showing the section north to south. And again, you can see the roof elevations, you can see the floor elevations, and then with the entrance walking through the hall and up into the back of the north end of the house. Here you can see the gray area is the natural grade of the house. This dotted line is the maximum building height. So you can see that every one of these is within that height. Fireplace is permitted to protrude above it, and it does very slightly. Door and window schedule. They're all going to be the Western window system, which is an aluminum system, dual pane tempered glass with low E film on it, and tempered glass is for fire reasons. We are in a fire hazard zone, so everything we're looking at on the exterior of the house is non-combustible to help mitigate any potential spread or spark or embers landing on it. Door and window details. Now, these details here really show what happens on the shipping container. So in the shipping containers, in the bedrooms, we're actually putting a 2-foot clear story window above that to increase the ceiling height and increase the quality of light into the rooms. And the way the shipping container is actually installed is a typical shipping container has a beam on the bottom as part of the framework of it. That's going to be attached to the foundation, and then the final slab is going to be poured flush. So there is not going to be a step up, and it'll be totally integrated within the system. The client really enjoys seeing the nuts and bolts of architecture and various systems. And so as you transition from the conventionally framed house to a container room, you will actually step over a steel threshold. So this will be visible and helps express the idea of the component architecture. These are 4-color renderings, and I apologize if you look. The north is actually the west elevation, and the west is actually the north. Those numbers got inverted, and I apologize for that. On the south side, again, you can see how we're walking up to the entry piece. shipping container off to the right. We have a vegetated roof, living space, and this material you see there is Corten steel. So we are using that in a few sample examples in areas to highlight more of the industrial side of this home. Although it's a very nice warm color, it will forever be a warm material. And you can see we've inserted it in a few spots around the house. Another view in the east of the garage and the driveway down on this side, the entrance here as well. Moving over to what is actually the north elevation, you can see the pool and the stair that goes up to the vegetated roof. And then again, with the primary suite and then the family room located at this point. The guest house, again, is 2 shipping containers put together. They're 20 feet long and very simple, and all the materials and colors of the component pieces of the guest house and the barn will be identical to what's in the main house. And the containers are a dark black green is a primary color. The window frames will be black, and the underside of the eaves are a little bit lighter. And then we have the barn. The barn will be 4 shipping containers put linked side by side. We're putting over a corrugated metal roof with a corrugated end gables as well. Again, designed to the industrial mode of the barn. And then we'll be putting in a form of a decorative windmill or a weather vane on the top. Now we move into the civil plan, and I don't believe the civil engineer is on. So what's happening, the amount of soil we're removing off the top of the ridge here in order to place a residence, it's going to be used on the site. So this is a ridge line running right through here, and here's a valley. And we're going to be putting the fill in these areas to create more of a level pasture areas at that point. The grading, you can see here, we have a 4-to-1 slope on the edges, and then it'll just grow up into upwards up on the upside of the hill. And on this one as well, you can see we're doing a 4-to-1 slope. And this is the cart path that comes down from the house and from the barn. And here we have the civil sections through the site. You can see, again, the natural grade. You can see how the foundation's working with that, and the house steps up into 3 levels of planes. You can begin to see the fill at this point, and I stand corrected looking at it. So we have a 2-to-1 slope coming down through here in the pastures on the toe side of the slope. And then on here is for the landscaping, and just reference notes of various planting that's going in place, and more of the built architecture of the landscaping. How we're going to be handling some of the gabion walls where needed, and then some of the steps going up and down. There's actually going to be stone steps leading up to it. We're not planning on having really any exposed concrete within the landscaping. Here's their in-depth irrigation system and plan for the landscaping. More details about the irrigation system as well. And a planning schedule. And more of a planting schedule for the trees. And with that, that concludes our initial presentation. So any questions?
Okay, thank you. And I will reiterate, any questions from the board?
I had a question in regarding the barn siding. Was that going to have the metal roofing siding as well?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Alan, any questions?
No, not at this time.
Okay, I had a couple questions. If you could go to the sections.
I'm sorry, wrong way. There we go.
I know it's such a pain in the patootsky.
That's okay. There we go.
Okay, so much as you've done on the sheets that are subsequent to that, on those sections, could you please illustrate the compliance with the 16-foot height limit?
Oh, sure. Let me find that sheet.
I know you
There
have
we
it
go.
on this sheet, but if you could do it for the other sections you had there.
You mean just add that line in?
Yes, please.
Sure, we can do that.
Yeah, it shouldn't be difficult at all. And then, let's see, the other, I noticed there's, and this is fiddly, you know, I know it's like, you don't have anything else to pick on me about. If you go to, just as you move forward, it's the 6th sheet in the set,
All righty. Let's see here.
almost to the top.
There you go.
Okay, so if you look at how you've got your house laid out,
Yes.
and this is a graphics thing. I'm just trying to read it. If I look at this and then I look at the next page, those are pretty similar. They're
Okay.
really similar as far as that walk. But if I look at the next page, that entry walk is completely different.
Yeah, let me see here. Oh, I see. Well, okay. I see what you're talking about. We're showing more steps on this sheet than we're showing on this sheet.
Yeah, and it's got a funky landing thing going on this one that doesn't go on that one.
I totally see that.
And I actually prefer this one, by the way.
Yeah, so do I.
I suspect it was a case of it didn't auto update in
Exactly.
the other, you know, and it's a little misleading with these little steps on the inside. It's just, if you could just get it so that it corresponds more precisely, because it just makes it difficult to flip through really rapidly and get a feel that I'm looking at the same thing. Because then I start thinking, oh, why is this different?
Got it. Got it.
Okay, so it's just a question of that. The other question I had was, if we go down to page 17, which are the models, 3-dimensional model in color.
Yes. Oh,
Yep, that was it.
Okay.
You got it. Is this pool in an infinity edge?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and you're actually walking up to the pool?
Right. And unfortunately, with computer modeling like this, it's challenging. The ground is that you see around the curve of the pool, which is, I'm pointing with my pencil, which you can't see. So let me get this.
Right there, yep.
along, right over here, the ground is actually higher at that point. And yes, you do walk up because this is 1.5 foot higher than the rest of the house.
So it's not actually exposed like it looks like there.
Yeah, and I don't know what this little edge wall is here. That should not be there.
Right. I was very confused by this because if you go back to 21, which is, I don't know, a couple sheets down,
Right.
where you've got the grading plan, I was trying to reconcile your model with the grading plan and I was having difficulty in the pool area, which is why
Yep, which is right over here.
correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And so I was just having a little, was kind of like, so in fact, in this, it does look like it's pulled back.
It is pulled back through here, but we'd have to dive down into see what the natural grade is right here, because this is all natural grade.
Right. Well, it was just, I got a little confused, and then the wall as the pool coping kind of threw me for a loop.
Yeah.
Or the curb. Yeah.
That's the
okay.
model. Got it.
Yep, I got it. No worries. Anybody else have any questions? Robin or Alan?
No.
Okay, Jonathan, do we have any public comment?
It looks like just Rick Weber is here still from the last item, but I can ask if you would like to make a public comment on this item. Please raise your hand.
I'm not seeing any hands go up.
Nope.
Okay, so let's go to the board. Robin, you want to start?
Well, I find the project is very well designed. It's very innovative. I still have issues with the entrance, but other than that, I like it a lot.
Okay, colors and materials, everything looks great. Okay, that was a question, by the way, Robin.
Yes, I like the colors and materials.
Okay, Alan?
I'm good with it the way it is. I think it's a very unique project, and I'd like to see it in person.
Mr. Sawasi, can you show us the, I know I'm murdering your name, sorry.
No
Can you
problem.
show us the materials board?
Sure.
Can you show me the materials board, I guess I could say.
There we go. Yeah. And it's the very first slide.
Yep.
There we go.
Okay. What I'd like to see and need to see is the actual material samples, like a traditional colors board. I appreciate you've sourced these colors all on site and are doing them, but that we need, you know, the colors, you know, for the mixes and where it says Corten. I know it says accent color and Corten steel. A sample of the Corten steel, because the poor schmuck that has to go out there and do compliance, this is what he's going to be holding up, and he's going to go on, what? You gave me a bunch of rocks?
Question I have is, considering these meetings are virtual, how do we get you the actual samples?
You'll need to put together the board. You can take pictures of it. When you
Okay.
get final, that physical board, and usually they recommend 2, the physical board, at least 1 copy needs to be submitted to the county. It's physically stamped as
Gotcha.
approved.
Okay.
And the color board is then returned to you, and it goes on site. And then that is part of what the building inspector process, they'll be holding it up and going, yeah, this is the same thing that you got approved.
Okay.
Okay,
Got it.
so they'll do all of that. And the reason we often suggest to people that they do 2 when they submit is because the second one doesn't get returned to you. It can sit in with the planner's documentation, and when the one on site gets lost,
Mhm.
you don't have to make another one from scratch. There's already one
Perfect.
done. So but that's up to you. 1 is the minimum.
Okay.
Okay. So, and I see you've got, looks like a piece of metal that's there. It looks like it could be part of a
Yeah.
window. And
Mhm.
so it looks like you started to collect them, and goodness me, if you want to include this as part of it, as part of the inspiration, you want to put it on the back, that's fine. But if you leave a nice white patch that's about 3 by 3, that's enough for the stamp.
Got it.
Okay. And that's basically my comments. That's all I had to add. Mostly having to do with, you know, getting the drawings all together and
Sure.
and easing the process. And you are here today for preliminary final.
That's correct.
And you had all your details for windows and doors and all that.
You got
I
a
think we
full
went through
schedule and
those.
everything.
Yep, we went through those. And you don't have any eaves or anything like that, because this really doesn't have that kind of a structure, does it?
Well, we have overhangs. Yes, we have 4 feet 4 inches all around the entire house.
Okay, do you have those detailed out as well?
Yes.
Can you show me those real quick? I must have been asleep.
Let's see here.
Or not paying attention.
We have, no, we don't, I take it back. I do not have the eaves all worked out. We
Okay.
have them in sections.
Right. We're concerned with windows, doors, eaves, trellises, any of those kinds of things, railings. And those, by the way, should also be included on your color board.
Okay.
Railings, all that kind of stuff. And any of the things that, you know, you can draw the lines in section, but it doesn't really show how it's going to look once it's constructed. Because there's a world of difference between what's in the section at, you know, quarter scale and or larger, and then what's at, you know, 1 inch.
Gotcha.
So it's the devil's in the details. Guys, do you think he could come back for final on consent with the rest of that?
Yes.
Okay. And you will need to submit your color board at that time.
No problem.
The only deal and the only potential wrinkle, and I only say this because I have to cover my butt, is that if the preliminary action here is the appealable action, and we're kind of going out just a tiny bit on a limb because you didn't really have a traditional color board for us to look at. So if there's an issue that runs up, and I don't expect there would be, but if for some reason there's an issue at final, we would have and couldn't give the final, we'd pull it to full board and then have it at the next hearing. So but that's really the only potential fly in the ointment that I see where this could kind of derail, because I don't really see anything. There were no issues. I didn't hear any comments from anybody.
Okay, great. So the, yeah, we're going to add all this information. I can cloud it on the drawings to show that it's in place.
Sure.
Okay.
That'd be great.
Alrighty.
And then just add, when you add the other details. So basically any aesthetic detailing, anything that's on the exterior that is more than just the windows and the doors, you know, all the railings, those kinds of things. Just get all that stuff on there, eaves, and you know, whether they're closed or if you've got a gutter detail or, you know, all of those kinds of things. That's what we want to see, because it doesn't show up in those sections and elevations.
Okay.
Okay. So that's what we need to see. And then we need to see, the landscaping is fine. I think that's fully developed. And then, you know, just adding the 16-foot and all that. The lighting needs to say, I think you said it already, that lighting needs to be very clear that it's 2700.
Yes.
And I think we looked at the lighting placement on the structure last time, didn't we?
I don't know if we did or not, I'll be honest with you.
All right. Well, go to the elevations because they should be shown on the elevation.
Yeah. Let's see, where am I? Wish I'm down here. No, they're currently not on there.
Okay, so you need to locate them on the elevations and call them out.
Okay.
What we're going to look for is only the minimum required. So we're looking for like a light fixture beside a door. Or,
exactly. That's usually where they're required.
Yeah. I mean, that we don't want to see anything else really, quite frankly. We just want everything. And of course it all has to be downlight.
It is, and they're all dark sky rated.
Perfect. Exceptional. And then on those call outs, I think that was like your second page in your group there.
Right.
You need to indicate that the, you know, all the dark sky compliance, but you also need to indicate along with the specifics of the wattage and, you know, those kinds of things, and LED or incandescent and whatever that is.
Yeah, we call them, they're incandescent at 2700 to 3000 K.
We would prefer if you just picked one, and we prefer 2700.
Okay. Got it.
So if you could just do that, that would be perfect. And I think we'd all be great. And then, you know, just so that you identify each one and where it's located.
No, yeah, I'll cross-reference it to these images you see on the sheet here.
Perfect. And that would be great. So that's what we need to see at final. And you would come, the consent agenda, I don't know, Hopefully you haven't been hanging around since we started.
Yeah, pretty much half.
Oh dear. I wish you had something better to do with your day. But I don't know if you remember the monument signs in the very beginning when we did the item C1. That's when we would hear your item as part of the consent agenda.
Perfect.
It's pretty quick, hopefully painless, and get you on your way.
Sounds
So
great.
with that said, Alan or Robin, would you like to make a motion for preliminary approval?
I'll make the motion
I'll
for final approval with,
just preliminary.
oh, excuse me, preliminary approval with final on consent with the conditions we spelled out.
Okay. And Alan seconded it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Perfect. Thank you very much. We
Great,
just
thank
have
you
to
very
do
much.
our minutes.
Thank you. We're excited.
Thank you. So are we.
All right. So I'm gonna steal the screen as soon as I quit coughing. Okay. Excuse me. Let's go back to February.
Bethany?
Yeah.
Hi, so I got together with Nicole and I uploaded to Box a updated version of the minutes to correctly reflect what was needed.
Perfect. For
I
2-1.
replaced it, so it should be that one.
I see it. Yes, today. Sorry, I got a frog in my throat.
Oh,
Okay, let's see. Okay. And Nicole, so these will then get the change. Clough motion, seconded by Corlin, all that stuff. You'll make those all consistent on the actions, or is that Jonathan?
that's me. I'll make those changes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Jonathan will do that, but I think these should then be the ones where you had already made the edits to the actual text.
Okay. Which one did we read for the lap Ferguson? Is this the correct one here on my?
Yeah.
Okay.
Should be.
All right.
Madam Chair,
Yep.
I am back. I assume you're ready to do these minute things.
Yeah, that's why they're up on the screen.
Okay, so could you just scroll up? I have so many minutes here. I want to be sure I have the right one. And I was going to ask if it would be possible when these things are sent, could it say unapproved minutes at the top? You know, like this says, it doesn't, if you go to the very top of each page, it just says meeting date, February 11th.
Oh, okay.
If we could add on there.
The
that
other
says
thing, Jonathan, that was the other thing. This still says Central Board of Architecture Review member agenda.
Right. That's what I mean, is that if that could say unapproved minutes, then I wouldn't get so confused.
Sorry, so what happened was Nicole's resent me the comments for the updated language for the comments. And so I added in the actions to that agenda. But this agenda, I didn't notice that had all the previous stuff on there.
Yep.
So it should say unapproved minutes, 100%.
That would be helpful if when we get these, when they get sent out, that they say that so that we can differentiate between the agendas and the minutes. So what we're looking at right now is what says, before that change is made, it says Board of Architecture Review member agenda, February 11th, 2022. That's what we're looking at right now, right?
Yep.
Right. And Cass, I think just before you joined, Jonathan mentioned that these ones, the text on this already is the text that you guys already reviewed and edited at the prior meeting. The only thing that needs the updates may be the actions, which Jonathan will be taking care of.
And I'm looking at on my other screen, I'm looking at the document that says 3/11/22 unapproved minutes. I'm not going to switch to that one yet, but it also says Central Board of Architectural Review agenda. So that needs to change so that it is very clear that it's minutes. We need to be very careful about that. And the other thing that needed to happen is all of this stuff, Jonathan, all of this stuff in here, this just goes bye-bye because this is all relevant to the agenda and to the meeting. And go back and look at some of the minutes from like December or November. For as far as formatting and form and titles and what's included, because none of this is.
No, absolutely. I remember that conversation, and the original minutes that I did upload had this format, but Nicole sent me the agenda and I added in the.
Yeah, right. That's what you said. Got it. Sorry.
It got kind of mixed up. I tried to add it so the minutes can reflect correctly, but.
Okay. So when we get to the March 11th minutes, we still have that. It still says Central Board of Architecture Review agenda, but you did eliminate all of the stuff that that said
yeah, he did.
Yeah, all that crap. Yep. Got it. Okay, sorry.
Sorry about that.
You eliminated the video teleconference and important notice regarding public participation. But it does have board members present, staff members present.
Yeah.
Yeah, all that. So that's the right one.
Yeah, but it does say the public comment shouldn't say public comment is set aside. What it should say, you should go back and look at those others, is it should list whether there was anybody, it should just say in this instance, there was no public comment.
Right.
And for the agenda status report, it needs to say what you did. So like if there was no changes, it just says no changes. If in the case of today, the minutes would say item number 5 was dropped from the agenda, motion made by the seconded, all in favor, you know, you're capturing all of the actions. It's an action report as far as a preview. That's the difference. And so like here where it says the minutes, you'd have to go back and check, but I think it says the minutes, like here it would say for in February 11th, it would say the minutes of February 11th were considered and approved, motion, seconded, whatever. In this case, it would say the minutes were tabled.
Yeah.
To be heard at the next hearing or whatever. Right,
So
you've got it
so
there.
that's the
Board voted to
correction?
continue the minutes until the Henry, yeah. So you've captured the action, but it needs to say that they were considered.
Okay.
So it's all of that. And then as far as SBAR members informational briefings, if there was some, and I think I said something about, I might have said something about joint chairs, updated us about joint chairs, or the chair updated the board about the potential for in-person hearings or you know, whatever it was. And it doesn't need to capture the whole thing. It just needs to say so-and-so spoke.
Okay.
And then member recusals, you could just say Clough recused item 4, Lonis, Ensberg recused item 5. And then the staff update, instead of saying that, you could just say that Nicole Liu briefed the board, supervising planner briefed the board. And then
I think so, Bethany, if I could jump in too, whatever, you know, she often gives important information about planning commission. I think those should be bulleted in there.
Yes, and if she mentions something like this plan is moving forward, or if she says, you know, anything like that, you can just capture those little things. And Nicole can give you those. She can say what, you know, the little things to include in there. And the COVID thing is good. And then, okay, so that's what it should look like. But I would go back and look at December and November and see the format.
Definitely.
Okay. Then as far as, let's come back to February 11th now. So those comments all pertain to this. And it looks like we have the, as you mentioned, this is now uploaded Nicole's edits from March. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel.
But March, I'm sorry, I'm trying my best to follow along here. I have March 11th, and the first one says Hollingsworth new residents.
Yes, we're not doing that. I alluded to the fact cast that at the March hearing, we went through and made amendments to our comments of the minutes for February, but we didn't do anything. And what he's uploaded here are these comments that we had already drafted and amended.
And where do I find that?
On my screen.
That's okay. So it's not. So we're not
Or
looking at March 11th. We're looking at April 8th. Which one are we looking at?
We're
February?
looking at February 11th.
Okay, February 11th. Okay, I got it here.
Item number 1.
Yeah, and what happened last time is it didn't have the actions. So Jonathan was going to update the actions and bring them back. But I think the actions still need to be updated. So
yes, they
it's
do.
Up to you guys, but I don't know that you can vote on these yet today. But the minutes have already been, the text that I write has already been edited. It's just a matter of the actions.
Okay.
And does this one also, I was not in attendance at this particular one. Does it say that up above? Because I wasn't there until I came in at, I think, item number 6.
Okay, Jonathan, you need to make a note of that.
Yes.
And that needs to be, anytime there's an action, when you say Clough, motion, seconded by Corlin, for return final on consent, vote 5-0, and then you need to say Ensberg absent.
Ensberg absent. Okay.
In parentheses. And this is what always happens, especially in the summer or when we get into a lot of conflicts. We're going to have people coming in and out. And especially when we get back to in person, because somebody will get up and they'll walk out of the room because they have to. And they'll miss part of an item. And so they may not even vote, even though they were there. They may abstain because they missed the presentation or whatever. So it gets to be quite musical chairs. I don't know what Leah did, but I know she did have a piece of paper. She had a copy of the agenda. And not only did she write down all the actions and seconds, but she had a piece of paper where she would note when somebody, she goes, you guys just get up and wander out. And we do. You have to kind of watch us. Because sometimes we'll be absent and it affects your vote count.
Bethany,
Yeah.
can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
I'm going to put the onus on you. Before each, I think the onus should be on you, not staff on this. They're not going to be able to keep up, in my opinion, of who's out, who's working.
When we were in person, that's what I did and I still do in this environment, in the Zoom environment, Alan, but it's a good reminder to me, you know, if somebody's absent, like when Cass was absent like that. But if somebody, you know, has to take a break because they have a scheduled meeting or something and they're out in the middle of the thing. When we met in person, I would look at Leah and I'd go, so-and-so's absent, and she'd write it down. So it was just kind of an aside that we used to do when we were in person, but because it's Zoom, sometimes I can forget. So I'll try to do better, Alan. I agree with you. It's too much for staff to wrangle.
Would it be better, Bethany? I just want to make a suggestion. If we possibly did a roll call for each motion, if we were going to do a vote on it.
Sometimes we do that, and if you want us to do that, If you want to do that, that's fine. You can step in and say, I'll just take the roll call. That's fine. When I say all in favor, aye. And you if I say all in favor, you can say, okay, who's voting, and just tick it off on your list.
That might be better for my note taking.
That's fine. I'm more than happy to do that. Okay. So I think these notes, the comments are fine. Jonathan, because of the mishmash, you're going to have to really take a look. Technically, when it's a conceptual review item, Jonathan, we don't always notice, staff doesn't always write in who's absent, but it's really helpful because it becomes part of the comments. You know, where it says return for preliminary, Innsberg absent.
Yep.
So as somebody who was here, it's like, you know, I've seen this project, but I don't remember these comments. And it's helpful if I look at it and go, oh, that's why I was not there. You know?
Yeah.
So, yeah. And so just be deliberate about it. I just use surnames for everybody.
Absolutely. No, I definitely notate that to make changes.
Okay. And I don't know, again, look at the past minutes for this item here, 5, it says item dropped from the agenda. I don't know if we typically, you could ask David too. I don't know if it usually says per the agenda status report or if that's where he captures the motion. If that's where he wants to insert the motion.
Okay.
I just check with him and see how to do it and then just be consistent.
Absolutely.
And then, right, Midland School, right. So that looks good. But there's a lot of little wordsmithing. I just, like I said, go back to December or November. And I'll make a motion, if it's okay with everybody else, that we go ahead and table these to May, since they're still a little.
Then maybe we can get them, adjusted for what, because we're trying to move into sort of a new, a template that I think will help us down the road. That we're going to be, it'll be a lot.
Well, that's what needs to happen.
Yeah.
We've already made the comment adjustments.
Yeah, I agree. And then if we can just pick up any loose ends next time.
Well, hopefully there won't be any.
No, hopefully there won't be any. I'm sorry. Yeah. Thank you guys.
Okay. So this will be tabled till next time, till April, May.
Let's go ahead. We're going to have a similar issue with what you're seeing now, which is the minutes of March 11th. So same comments, Jonathan, and about all this other stuff in here. And then let's review these comments because we haven't.
Okay. Yes.
So Hollingsworth, do we have any comments for Nicole?
I had one small comment, which was, where is it? Oh, number 2, I just would put interior public space, related to the interior public space. And, I do have a couple more I see here.
Anybody else have anything on 1?
Kath, could you repeat that one last edit?
It was just on, sorry, number.
I'm making the edits. I'll send
number 2, related to the interior public space.
Yeah, I got that. I'll send these to you with the updates, Jonathan.
Thank you, Nicole.
Perfect. Anybody else have anything else?
Yeah, and number 4, I would say, posts look overcomplicated and busy, not somewhat.
So posts look
overcomplicated
and busy.
Okay. And you got that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then on number 5, Okay, this was this CCNR thing. The reason why we asked this is because they said that they would like to have done a smaller building, but that the CCNRs required them to do a building of that size. And so we said, well, could you check into the CCNRs? What is required there, and if a smaller structure, as the applicant desires, would be possible.
I think that is also, you're absolutely correct, Cass. I think that what we asked for, we asked them to look into that, but we also asked for the planner to please advise us as to whether or not, you know, how that all, because there was some doubt expressed by staff, I think, about how or what applied.
Yeah, and it's really important because they stated that they wanted a smaller building, which I would think would have been great, but they were forced into this larger size.
Yeah, so it seems like
that may even be antiquated and not even applicable.
Nicole, I think the comment should be something along the lines of staff and applicant to determine applicability of CCNRs and how that translates.
Size restrictions, maybe size, and how it applies to size requirements and restrictions.
Yes. Or minimums, however you want to put it. And I don't think it's landscaping details I think he wanted. I think we wanted a landscape plan, a detailed landscape plan.
Provide
a landscape plan with more detail.
Okay.
And number 7 is a fractured sentence.
What is 7?
It just is a statement. I don't know what it means.
Looks like I didn't finish the sentence.
Anybody have that in their notes?
I'll look back here.
There was something about where it was located.
Yep.
And the grading, I don't know. Like
it was hanging off the side of the slope down way.
Yeah, and what that really actually sort of looked like, I think.
Okay, so the swim saw structure appears to be disconnected from the rest of the project. Please provide additional detail. How's that?
Got it.
Yeah, that was that thing that was kind of hanging off the edge there. And they hadn't, they were talking about maybe putting something underneath it, and probably not. They just couldn't decide. Or
Well,
hadn't
they have
decided.
something on that.
They didn't have any information really. It was just drawn on the site
Right.
plan, and it really wasn't detailed at all.
Right.
It was sort of a placeholder.
Right.
Yeah.
So provide more detail is a good thing.
Okay.
I have
Okay.
a little something on it.
Oh, what do you have?
This is Robin. It says something about fencing, swim spa, enclose critters.
Yeah, there was something about putting
the
an enclosure
enclosure.
underneath it. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So let's just leave it as provide more detail, because that's
Yeah. They'll know.
Okay.
okay. The next one.
Who's a Rick? Was it?
Yeah. We appreciate the barn-like appearance. Is that meant to be we appreciated the style or the actual form of the building?
I was going to suggest, instead of saying appreciate, just say barn-like structure is appropriate and in keeping with the valley.
Yes.
Okay.
And I was wondering on 2 and 3.
Yeah, changing it to consider.
Yeah.
Yes.
It should say consider reducing
Reduction of size. Yeah. Consider the reduction in size of the shop carport trellis structure or element.
And then the same thing for number 3.
Yeah.
Just
Right.
reformat that sentence
Mm-hmm.
with consider.
Right.
And on number 4,
Okay, wait, hold on.
okay.
Nicole's got to catch up.
Thanks for bearing with me.
No worries. You're doing the dog grunt work.
I could never do your job.
Okay, got it.
Okay, number 4.
Oh, what I was going to say is, were we suggesting that they were needed to be larger or smaller, or I just think need work, or do you want to say something about the proportion? That just seems like
I think we should say the proportion of the posts on both structures should be reconsidered.
What about if I would just say, study the size of the posts on the 2 structures for scale?
Sure. Perfect.
Huck was the one that said it. And she said, according to my notes, the size of the posts is not clicking.
Well, then I think scale, Cass's comment captures it. I think we all echoed it to.
I don't know if they would understand not clicking.
Yeah, it doesn't say big or too small.
Yeah, right. It wasn't necessarily.
I think it was now. Thank you, Robin, for making my mind click. It was a matter of proportion. In scale.
It was proportion. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they weren't clicking because they were discordant. I think we need to either eliminate or further elucidate the for example in number 5.
Yeah.
I think what we can say here, the detailing of these structures is important. And then
maybe take for example
current plans. Yeah, take out for example.
Take out for example use of, and just put comma recessed windows, etc.
It was this was my comment.
Okay.
And I think what I was trying to say, I was trying to give them examples that the plans as presented are, for example, unclear as to whether the windows are recessed or not. So that kind of gives them, or we can eliminate entirely, but that's what I was trying to say.
Oh, how about show detail for all important elements, recessed windows, etc.
It wasn't specifically, it wasn't like they were proposing recessed windows cast. I just pulled it out of the air as an example that as the drawings stand right now, you can't, and you could make an inference as to whether, what it was or not, but the detailing in these structures is important. And I think maybe we could just say include windows, doors,
trellises, just say show detailing throughout, including doors, windows, and other important elements.
Got it.
Anybody want to tackle number 8?
Study and provide. Study and provide a color palette or proposed color palette consistent with surrounding area.
That sounds good.
Okay. Yeah. And I think what we need to say here, instead of accepted for preliminary, it should say project to return for preliminary, full board.
Okay.
Number 3.
The only thing I had on this one was just to say with tile color.
You know, I'm not even sure. I mean, it says consider and we gave them preliminary and final.
Oh.
So
Yeah, but
is it
we
a
did-
condition or
Well,
is it an option?
we did say that. We don't know what they will do, but we were trying to nudge them in that direction. It was something, it was a very minor thing. It was on the back side of the building. It's not that important, but it was something that, you know, could make it a little nicer. And so
Well,
we, made that suggestion.
you have to be very clear here, though. Either the motion was preliminary and final as is, or there was a condition. It's either or. We don't give options.
But that was a comment.
That was just a suggestion.
Yeah, it was a suggestion.
Well, I mean, but what are they supposed to do with it?
Well,
They
whatever
can-
they want. They
they
can
can
do
take it or
whatever they
leave
want.
it.
Yeah, they can take it or leave it. We're just hoping that maybe they take it.
Well, if they take it, they have to come back to us unless it's
No, because they can do it either way right now. At least the way I understand it, they could do it the way they had it, or they could make the tile color match the wall.
You're misunderstanding. I'm not conveying this correctly. That's not the way the approval goes. The action was for preliminary or final.
Mhm.
So either, and yes, we've done this before where we've left a consider comment in there and given them preliminary and final, but it's misleading at best and completely confusing at worst, because we gave them preliminary and final on what was presented. If we're asking them to consider a change to the color of the tile, that would require them to come back.
Okay, perhaps consider is not, are you saying
Suggested.
consider is not the same as suggest? Because I feel like we do make suggestions that, you know, it might be good to add a tree over there, but because we're suggesting it, that we're not imposing a change for them to come back.
Well,
it's not a condition.
I think that even if we're suggesting something, my point is consider less contrast with the color of the tile. Less contrast to what? There has to be something that we are actually telling them we would approve.
Well, we did that like today. You know, it was a very minor thing on the back of the building. And we said, you know, you might want to think about just making the tile match the color of the wall. You can add that. That's what we said. And then we said, should you choose to do so? And then that's that. And then we gave them final. So we don't, you know, they could go either way, whichever one they chose.
Which item did we do that with?
I can't remember. Let me go find what did we do today? I have to dig back in the gray matter to find it. Well, the people with the historical.
They were not here for
They have to
final.
come back. Yeah, they weren't there for final.
Yes, and this is my point. We took a final action, folks.
No,
Okay.
but there was one that we did do.
Well, then I was asleep at the switch because I won't let us do that.
So I think in the future,
Oh, I know which one. It was number 3. It was the Lab Ferguson on the lighting. And we had asked them to have a fixed light. And then they said, well, you know, we trusted them to do it. And they said they would. So we trusted them to do it. And we said we wanted to have those.
No, that's what's actually on the plan. It says that it will be downlight onto. I actually looked at that when you guys were
I saw
talking
that
about
too.
it.
Okay, well, whatever, Madam Chair, whatever it is that you think, but that was what I recalled, was that this is a tiny little thing. It's an outdoor shower. It's on the very, very back side of the building where nobody's gonna
That's
see
right.
it. And
That's
we
right.
said, well, this is very minor, but you might want to just think about matching, instead of having white against gray, you might want to just make it match the wall color, and it's up to you. And we just said that as a little gift, and then they can do whatever they want. And we
Okay, so I think what we should say is, Nicole, regarding the color of the tile for the outdoor shower. Applicant can select a color for the tile that has less contrast with the adjacent material color.
The wall.
I'm going to stick with adjacent color material.
Okay.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Okay. So, provided, and I think I actually said this, provided, because we talked about this because the planner was there, provided the planner can make the findings that it's substantially conforming.
Got it.
Okay, so that is a very definite action, and you're right, Cass, that was our little gift to them if they wanted to do it. But we were very specific that it had to be provided that gives enough of a framework, I think, of direction to being very specific about the tile and the color and what we were allowing, the wiggle room we were allowing them.
So I write, provided the planner can make the finding that it
Yes.
substantially conforms to the SBAR approval.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, got it.
That also gives the planner an out.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, is everybody okay with that?
Yep.
Okay, so I do remember that now. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay, so the next one.
Hi, Bethany. This one, number 4, I actually missed the motion, and I was trying to read back, listen to the audio, but I couldn't quite pick it up.
I tell you what, can you play it for me, or can you tell me where to find it? And I can probably tell you.
Yeah.
Or Puck can, because I recuse myself from this item. Might be better if you have Puck. Puck could probably tell you whose voice it was.
Oh, boy.
From the recording.
This is a test. Okay.
Yeah. Or does anybody remember who making the motion for this? Because it was not I.
Okay, Hoffman. This was, and the prize goes to, just kidding. This is Hoffman. When did we last review it?
You know what?
Doesn't say.
I think I was out. I kind of walked away. I had you guys on speaker because I had a conflict and turned my mic off and everything. And I walked out for a while, and then I came back in right at the end. I think Lowell made the motion.
It doesn't say continued. When was this last reviewed?
What?
Hoffman.
This was from the March hearing cast. This was the action taken in March.
I know, but it was usually the each one of our things says continued from X date.
Not in the minutes.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, I think regardless, we're not going to figure it out now.
Well, I'm
Right?
trying to find my notes, is why I'm asking.
So you can't play it. I do. It was either Lowell or Alan.
Find out who was voting that day.
Lowell was there for this one.
Yeah.
This was last hearing. This was last month.
Okay.
And I think Lowell made the motion.
Yeah. I know it wasn't Robin. I'm pretty sure it wasn't Cass.
And you seconded. So that leaves Lowell.
Okay.
Alan, did you make the motion on this?
I have to tell you, I can't find my notes, but as an aside, does anybody other than me think it's humorous we take hours talking about minutes?
Minutes, I know.
It's
Well,
important, Alan.
and hopefully once everybody is more in sync, we get Jonathan, who's, once he gets his stuff together and Nicole's together and we're all together and we look at the minutes before we.
No, this will be
For the
easier
hearing.
down the road. It will be.
Okay, the only thing, and this is mine, and this is merely a procedural comment.
Okay.
And Jonathan, you should
Where?
check with David, but it wasn't a consent item. It was on the agenda as number 4. So this is disingenuous at best and wrong at worst. So I think and I'm not even sure we need to say that it was pulled out of order. I think we just need to say there were no comments and then capture the action.
Okay,
That's how I'd handle it.
absolutely.
But double check with David because I'm not positive.
So I just want to make sure I understand this. We just want to make to show that there was no comments made about this project.
You could just say, and comments is spelled wrong on number 5. Where there's no comments, you can just say, SBAR comments, none.
Okay,
And then capture the motion. And then this is the one that number 5. Are we done with 4?
Yep.
Okay, number 5 has a misspelled word comments.
got that.
And as long as we're doing this here, I know we looked at these earlier, but since it's still open, unique project, appreciate the incorporation of a vegetated roof. Because green could be a bright green roof.
The color.
Yep.
Yep.
And then we made the other change to number 2. The main entrance seems to take away from the elegant design of the project. Return for preliminary approval. That's fine. Okay. So
this means that we do not, these are done. We've just done these. These are
sadly,
complete.
no. Well, the comments, we've amended all the comments for both February and March. However,
Right. So at our next meeting, we do not have to go through the discussion of which ones are we reviewing next time. We've just done it all. It's done. So these should all be reflected in our agenda next time, and we don't have to try to figure out, okay, which ones. Remember, we talked about just reviewing the ones that were coming up. These are all finished now. So all we have to do is just say, yep, this is what we said, and we're done. We take 2 minutes and we're done with the minutes.
sadly, no.
Why?
Because we will have the April minutes at that point, in which we will look at it and say, is there anything from April that is here in May? And look at those right then.
Okay, you're right. All right, well, at least these are done.
Yes, they will be done. And Jonathan and Nicole will, between the two of them, get them all pushed together and neat and tidy.
Get them perfect, I promise you.
I don't have to
it's-
perfect, but
yeah.
organized and consistent would be excellent.
And I think just having that unapproved, the clarity that this is the unapproved minutes will help me a lot.
No,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I think, Jonathan, if you go back, you'll look, I think if you go back and look, there's a format where it says unapproved. Central Board of Architectural Review minutes, unapproved. And then as part of the changes, when we go through and amend them, you just take that off once they're approved. And then that helps all of us.
Definitely.
Okay.
And thank you very much. I know how hard this is. It's just a lot of
appreciate
moving
all of
parts.
your guys' patience, honestly.
So thank you so much for this. We'll get it.
It's always difficult when you come into a group that's been hanging together for a while, and we've all got our share of personality, at least I do. And so I'm set in my ways to complicate things. So, and then you gotta get yourself in amongst all the other cogs and everything. So, yep.
Can I just say one last tiny thing is I think it might help Jonathan and Nicole is if when we start our meeting that we do, when you open it, that we do a roll call just so it's clear who's there in the meeting.
I did that. Did you not get that this morning?
I guess I didn't get it. I must have missed that, but yeah.
I start out every hearing by saying Bethany's here, Puck, Cass, Robin.
Okay.
I go through who's here.
Well, I'm okay. Excellent. That way they'll know who's here and
the record reflects it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm not perfect, so sometimes I forget, but I did that this morning.
None of us are. We're all, that's why there's so many of us.
Yeah.
Together we'll prevail.
Okay. So, SBAR did 9 items in a couple hours.
Boy, we didn't.
No.
So we need to get a move on.
We have to be, frankly, a little more ruthless.
Yes.
They're too nice.
They're pretty.
Yeah, cutting off, people should tell them at the very beginning, you've got 10 minutes for your presentation and you can't ask questions when the board is deliberating.
I've been cutting people off at the knees for that.
And also, the biggest difference is they do not design anything for the applicant.
That's right.
They do not offer one iota of a suggestion. They just tell you what's wrong and tell you to go away and fix it.
Yeah.
It really moves the meeting along, I'll tell you.
Yeah. And especially when you get into these discussions about, well, is this appropriate, or could you do that, or could you do this? And, we had some of that today. And sometimes you get to a point in the process where somebody's got to give. And quite frankly, in some ways it can't be us because, there's that, we say what's wrong. And I always try and tell the applicants, usually much too wordily, that, this is what's wrong. How here's some tools. Maybe you can do it that way, but that's not my problem. You need to go away and figure out how to do it. And you guys, if you support it, I mean, I could come out stronger, but I have to have the support and the backing, because if you guys turn around and engage, then it's moot what I just said. Because now I'm trying to cut you guys off too.
That's okay. Feel free.
So just so you can be
I won't
aware
take
of it.
Personally, Bethany.
Well, but it's important that you get your say, but you also have to understand that as soon as you start opening that door up, it just makes my job harder, and I have one more thing I have to wrangle at the same time. So,
well,
any help is appreciated.
When you have these difficult ones, which we had today. The one that was right after it, or the next one. I mean, that went like in. We were done in 10 minutes.
Yeah, and so, but we just need
when
to.
You get these tricky ones, it's harder.
But you guys just got to knuckle under and kind of help me out.
Okay.
Can I make a brief comment?
Yeah, Alan.
I think today is a good example. And again, you guys have been on here for decades, and I've served on a lot of other boards on a lot of higher levels. But when I hear somebody say to us, I'll do anything you want, tell me what you want, I don't put it on them. I put that on us. I think we need to be more succinct as to exactly what we're looking for. And if that means that we have to have a meeting amongst ourselves on the record to figure out how to voice that to people, I think that's important. But too many times people don't know what you guys mean. And that's
Absolutely. And sometimes they don't have the language for that. And so I knew exactly what you were doing, Alan, when you said, can you please explain to me what it is you're talking about? And it gave me the opening to kind of reorder my thoughts and do it. And then Puck came in and picked up where I had left off.
I think my point of view on this, and I've had this in all my elected official years ago and all the other boards, is I view this as we're supposed to facilitate constituents to get through the process in a way that meets the rules and regulations of SBAR. And I think, quite frankly, not to be disingenuous, I think sometimes people forget that.
Yes, and it's difficult because Alan, because what we're doing is exactly what Puck was alluding to is we don't want to get to the point where we are telling them how to design it, because then it's a whole liability issue on its own. But it is very clear within that when somebody says, just tell me what to do. If we can be very clear, we need to be very clear about this is what needs to be addressed. How you do it, up to you. But this is what has to happen. This is where we have our problem.
I absolutely agree with you.
So if moving forward, if we are all on the same page, kind of moving that direction, and that's how we frame our comments, it's of great help, and we will get out of here much faster. We can hear a lot more projects, and we can be more of use to the community that we won't have 7 items won't be a full agenda. We could actually do more.
That will also help staff get the minutes together.
Exactly. Yep. And Nicole, if you decide that you want to stop us, if we start moving and we're a little more skinny and everything, just say, hey, I need to read you what I've got, and then we can wordsmith a little bit, as long as we don't get buried in it. But we can get you a head start on those minutes so that when they come to us, we can breeze through them a lot more quickly.
Yeah, I guess thanks for mentioning that. I guess my only request, and I know this is hard, is that when you're making comments, maybe pause for a second before making the comment and think about, if I was typing this as a direct statement, what would it be? You know what I mean?
Right.
Because if it's like a whole paragraph of discussion, then I'm trying to figure out how to turn that into a comment. And then I think sometimes there's a disconnect between what you meant by the paragraph of a statement and what needs to get dialed down into like something a little bit more pithy and direct,
Yes. Well, I
thing-
try to do that, and I'm not successful, maybe not even half the time. But the other time my comments tend to be paragraphical in nature is when I'm trying to politely and courteously tell someone that you need to do this, this, and this.
Well, I would say, Bethany, that usually, and I see this on like Historic Landmarks Commission here, everybody will have their statements that they make, and then the chair will summarize, which you have done. So instead of having to, write down verbatim everything everybody said, it all comes down to the end where the chair summarizes, okay, this is what I heard from the
I try and do that.
And you do. And I think that's great. And I would also say that I totally agree with Alan. And I would also add that I think that we have been very succinct and successful on most projects. I think today we kind of, we probably spent an hour with that guy. But I think for the most part, we are pretty succinct. And I think we've just been trying to get our, try to figure out how to do these minutes. And I think that has taken a lot of time. And that once we get that together, that I think the things will go. But I don't see that we have been, at least from my perspective, I think we have given very good input and to the applicants and have helped them. And I think they've been appreciative. So I don't feel like we're way out of line at all. And I think that you, Bethany, as our chair, have done a good job of summarizing. So
well, I'll leave it to Nicole to bring me up short. So Nicole?
Honestly, I don't think you need to summarize at the end. Okay. I think if just everyone, before they make their comments, pauses and says, do I want to tell them to reduce the height? And
I don't know.
How do I
just-
want to phrase that?
Yeah,
so that it
taking
can
a
be taken
moment
down?
to think about how would this sound when written out is probably worth it. And I'm only saying this because I'll hear a large statement and I will get it, and I kind of
But then you edit it for content.
but then I'm filtering it, and I think sometimes I lose your intent when I do that, and then we spend more time on the minutes because I'm trying to capture an intent, but as a non-landscape architect, non-architect, sometimes I don't fully do that in the way that you guys.
And then that's one of the reasons that I try to do the recap, because I try and get some of those intent. So when I'm doing my recap, if you are also looking at, okay, yeah, that was the intent. Oh no, that was the wait, say that again. Kind of a thing.
Bethany?
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that I do respectfully disagree with the idea of not doing the recap. I think it is the job of the chair to recap, and it does when on the other boards that are structured, that's their basic protocol. Then when it really kind of forces you as a member of that board to listen to the recap, and that's when you have the opportunity to quickly clarify, no, I did this, and then it's added, and then the onus isn't put on staff
exactly
to try and edit things for us. I think that's just too much work. I mean, that's really time. I know when I have to deal with other people's work, it's really time consuming. So that's all I have to say.
And also to that point is that we have our discussion amongst all of us. And then we have, and one person might be kind of a outlier, and then the others all think something else. So then in the bottom line, it's like, okay, this is what was the consensus of the board. And there might be, that the general feeling from everyone was X. So there might have been one comment that someone made.
Well, in the past cast, one of the things that's happened is staff has on occasion asked me, well, I think you should take, do you want to take a straw poll? And actually, no, I don't. I prefer that the minutes capture the majority, the consensus opinion, such as it is. And if there's something that somebody like a finding, if somebody's sitting there just going, no, I just can't make this finding, then I will capture that in the recap.
Yes.
But I don't tend to point a finger because I think it can get to be.
Well, I wasn't suggesting pointing any finger.
I know you're not. I know you're not. But
I agree with Puck. I think there should be a summary.
Yeah.
And if anybody takes it, you capture it and you say, this was what was discussed. These are the key points that I think reflect what we talked about. That gives Nicole exactly what to say. And then if anybody takes issue with it, you say, did I capture it all? Then you can step up and say, oh yeah, but what about this? So I think that would be the best way to do it, because then Nicole just takes it from your summary as the chair.
Well, Nicole can do it however she wants, but yeah. Nicole, you and I'll try and work at this a little better so that you're not doing lots of work, and because I don't think it's proper to put that onus on you.
Oh yeah, I mean, you guys are wonderful. I don't. Thank you for making such an effort.
If not brief,
my life. Yeah.
We definitely are not the soul of wit.
But yeah, well, we can talk more, Bethany, you and I as well. So thank you, everybody.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
I think we have beaten this horse into the ground.
Yeah.
There is nothing left.
No, not even the horseshoes.
It is Friday, isn't it?
It is.
We're all this discussion pretty Saturday already.
Gosh, yeah, you're right, Alan. Thank you, everyone. Have a great weekend. Are we going to adjourn the meeting?
I think that was a motion to adjourn. I will second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks, everyone.
Jonathan. Thank you,
Thank you,
Nicole.
everybody.
You guys are
Adios,
wonderful.
everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Have a great weekend.
Bye.
Yes, thank you.